This is WFPRLP Franklin on 102.9 FM.
Press.
Good evening. Time being 7 o'clock, I call the May 1st, 2024 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. Please pause for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. And we have a very large crowd this evening, which is great to see. To view live meetings remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel, or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon Channel 29. Meetings are also archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. For those who miss the live meeting, to participate in the meeting remotely, citizens are able to join a Zoom webinar using the information provided. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 1-929-205-6099. This will not permit participation in the meeting. In order to participate, you need to Zoom in with the webinar ID, which is 853-1169-8141. Then you need to hit the pound sign. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants who have entered full name and email address will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Upcoming town-sponsored community events. Town Council office hours will be held on May 16th from 8:30 to 9:30 at the Franklin Senior Center. The Franklin Disability Commission will be holding the Disability Expo Saturday, May 4th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by for a variety of disability-related resources, activities, and support. Franklin Porch Fest will be held on Saturday, June 1st, from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. with a rain date of June 2nd. Spend the day in Franklin's beautiful cultural district while listening to live music. Musicians and bands of all genres will be performing on porches and patios throughout the district. The Strawberry Stroll will take place Friday, June 7th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in downtown Franklin. The rain date will be Saturday, June 8th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay, moving on. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The town council will give remarks appropriate consideration and may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Jane, please come forward, name and address.
I feel like you guys should already know this. Jane Callaway, Trip, 607 Maple Street. I'm here to discuss the issues raised during the sub-budget committee meeting. As a resident, I posed 2 questions concerning why the deputy town administrator and the director of public works were receiving a $20,000 raise. Instead of addressing my questions, Mr. Jamie Helen defended his decision to hire the DTA, which was not actually being questioned, and failed to justify the salary increase for someone with less than a year of employment. Regarding the DPW director, Mr. Helen did not respond to the actual question. Instead, he chose to defend his decision for reinstatement of the director and used the opportunity to personally attack me. It was inappropriate for Mr. Helen to disclose publicly that I was requesting public records and to suggest a meeting in response to my inquiries. This only added to my concerns, especially given the hostile tone he adopted during the public forum. At the April 10th meeting, Mr. Helen criticized residents for treating the session like a reality show and discouraged questioning rumors that they may or may not have heard. His comments and demeanor during the meeting on April 10th and 21st were unprofessional and inappropriate. The town attorney's memorandum from October 29th, 2021 on conducting public hearings clearly states that the need to refrain from irrelevant and inappropriate comments. Mr. Helen violated this directive by discussing my public records request during the budget meeting and by his general conduct on the April 10th session. A more appropriate response to the budget meeting would have simply clarified the reasons by the salary increase for the deputy town administrator and then addressed my concerns about the DPW director's salary accurately and professionally. I recognized an error in my figures I presented, and I have since corrected them. However, navigating the town's budget documents alone is challenging. Mr. Helen's response was unnecessary and disrespectful, especially as a tax-paying resident. Instead of seeking an apology, I urge the council to enforce accountability. If no action is taken, it sends a message that disrespect towards residents is 100% acceptable. And I'm looking for the council to step up and make accountability mean something. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Please. Come forward. Name and address, please, Frank.
Okay.
Frank Edward Falvey, Falvey, 920 Pond Street. When there's a ballot question on the state, from the state, it's been their policy for years and years to send out a pamphlet summarizing, first giving the legal question that's going to be on the ballot, summarizing it, and giving a chance for someone who's in favor of it to write a piece and someone who's opposed to it to write a piece. I'm sure that many of you have even read those pamphlets that are sent out. Now, for many years, I have been an advocate that that happened in the town of Franklin. That the town of Franklin, regardless of what the ballot question is, would do something similar to the state. We are too big of a town for people to even know that something is on the ballot. I would guess that half the people don't even know that sometimes there's a ballot question on an election or a special election, and they don't even know about it. I really, from several points of view, democracy, if we're in favor of being an open town and trying to fulfill a democratic process, then we need to inform all citizens of what the question is, information about it, and we need to send it to them. Now, they may disregard it, but it's important that we let them know. Another reason for that is in today's day and age, misinformation is more believable than correct information. On any ballot question, financial or legal, we need to provide a space either at the town website or set up some way to answer questions via email. But most importantly, we need to send information out to the voters. There is a significant small number of individuals that have lived in their homes for 25 years, are in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and based on 2022, with my own experience, they're being over-assessed $500. It is important that any ballot question, okay, you consider and evaluate what is happening to both your constituents that support you and want you to go. They are important, but more important for the town is that we practice full disclosure and full democracy. Tom, I thank you for your kindness and effort.
Thank you, Frank. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Mark, please.
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Thank you. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. Kind of a progress report. I spoke during your last meeting about the sustainability coordinator position. This is a position that was originally in Jamie's budget and was removed because of the $120,000 a year cost for this position. Several of us in the town of Franklin have been trying to do some research on what this position has been able to do for other towns in Massachusetts, towns and cities in Massachusetts. We're making good progress. We found, so even surprising to me, we found several examples of how a position like this can bring in 4 to 8 times that cost in an annual year over year over year. So we're pulling together a package of information. I'm going to try to set up meetings with Jamie and Amy and as many of the counselors as we can to share that information with you in a more detailed way. And hopefully it's something that we can reconsider. It should help us reduce the gap between what we need and what we have right now, rather than make it worse, in our opinion. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Please, name and address.
Sean Slater, 88 Hill Ave. I just want to take a moment of my time allotment to recognize tomorrow is National Prayer Day in America. So I just want to thank the Lord for allowing me to speak in front of my Franklin residents, in front of town council. May he give you the strength to vote your conscience tonight. So I'm not here to talk about for or against an override or dollars, anything like that. For me, it's about timing, right? So tonight is about, should this be rushed to a June election?
I'm sorry, this is an agenda item, so you can't speak to it during citizens' comments, but you'll have an opportunity to speak a little later.
Okay.
I can't let you speak during citizens' comments because, again, citizens' comments are for items that are not on tonight's agenda, or that particular night's agenda. So you'll certainly be given that opportunity. Unfortunately, it'll be a little later.
That's fine.
Is there anyone else in council chambers? Please come forward. Name and address, please.
Sure, thank you. My name is Steve Malloy. I live at 19 Russet Hill Road. My question is regarding the migrant facility. I've looked at the town website a number of times, and under the health department, there's a migrant dashboard there that looks like it has not been updated since, I think, October. It says on the site to check back frequently for updates regarding number of residents living there, impact on the town, other things. Unless I'm reading it wrong, I just haven't seen an update in, I guess, 6 months now. So not sure if there should be plans to do it, I would think, right?
Yeah.
Other comment related to that, I read in the Franklin Observer some weeks ago that the occupancy level at that facility may exceed the town occupancy limits. I don't know if that's true, don't know if you're aware of that assertion from the paper, or if you looked into it, or if there's any comments or any information I should have about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers? Please, name and address, please.
I'm Dan Ballinger, 18 Charles Drive. I have a question. On the 2.5% override.
It's an override question. It
is an override question, okay.
And it's therefore.
Then I have another question, because I'm a volunteer with the town.
Okay,
And I took the ethics course,
yeah.
and it's pretty clear on what you can do and what you can't do. And I'd like to know why the DPW director still has a job. And if you're not up to the task of letting him go, you should let all of us know so we can find someone else to do your job. I've had to let people go in my career. I've never enjoyed it. But I've let that person know that we're at that point due to their actions, not mine. And I'm kind of wondering what someone has to do to get fired. And the other thing I want to point out is this. I'm not a lawyer, but if Mr. is it Kennereggi? If he's not let go over this, I would love to be the attorney to represent future employees who do something wrong, who aren't fired. This is setting a precedent, and a bad one. You're either honest or you're not. There's no in between. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda?
Steve Pizzella, Downingwood Drive. Stop me, please, sir. I'm not quite sure what's on the agenda.
Okay.
Last time I tried to get up in front of the town, I didn't express myself so well. I tried to do it off the top of my head, so I wrote down a few notes tonight. Good evening, friends, neighbors, and town officials. My name is Steve Pizzella, as I mentioned. After retiring from the U.S. Army, I moved to Franklin 26 years ago with my wife and 2 small children. At that time, Franklin was an affordable town to move to. Needless to say, like many families, in order to sustain the family, we worked very hard. My children were educated in the Franklin school system from grammar through high school. My wife and I will be ever grateful to the Franklin school staff and educators for your talent, patience, motivation, and love that you showed our children during the school days in Franklin. May God bless you all. My 2 children are now adults and pursuing professional careers. At this time, I'm retired from my non-military employment as well, and my wife was forced through a life-threatening illness to seek disability from her profession as a nurse. At this time, I am extremely concerned about our country, state, and town of Franklin. I firmly believe that our financial costs are getting out of control, that we're on a collision course financially, and that the potential exists that we're approaching a breaking point. While we are now on fixed incomes, our retirements and Social Security payments are not keeping up with the unbelievable inflation costs. I know that we are all subject to the situation, and it does not seem to be improving. Massachusetts is seeing an increase in an older population and a decrease in birth rates. Our property taxes have increased, as well as the cost of fees and services in Franklin. The capital gains tax and the inheritance taxes have increased, and our State Secretary of Transportation is now threatening to increase the excise tax. Everyone shopping for groceries has felt a drastic increase in the cost of food. Gasoline is quickly approaching a $4 a gallon mark, and the cost to heat our homes, either by gas, oil, or electricity, has drastically increased. Inflation in general has increased in just about every essential area of our lives, and the standard of living for most hard-working, tax-paying families has decreased, in my opinion. Our country's current administration has surely relaxed and/or have rewritten our country's immigration laws and has allowed thousands of migrant persons to enter our country. The state of Massachusetts, from what I understand alone, spends $1 billion to support these migrant families. The migrant persons receive housing, food, medical care, dental care, schooling for children, monthly stipends, transportation, dry cleaning services, to name just a few, all at taxpayer expense. I am a grandson of immigrant families on both sides, and I assure you that my grandparents did not receive such benefits.
Sir, you're at your 3 minutes, but if
Okay.
you finish your
Thank you
thought,
very
that's
much.
fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. This past Friday, there was a bill brought up in the legislature in Boston. Bill number 698 was voted down in our Senate legislature. This bill would have allowed homeless veterans to receive priority to get housing before migrant families. First of all, in my opinion, the 2 words homeless and veteran should never be together. Why can we not, as a country, eradicate the plight of our homeless population, especially
Sir, you need to
homeless-
finish up. I
Okay.
can't let you go any further.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I invite, and my main point is that we're sending billions of dollars to the Ukraine and other countries around the world, which is very great, but I think we should try to take care of our homeless population. Anybody I invite to go by our food pantry down there, the main street there, and see the lines of people, our own friends and neighbors waiting for food. And it's
Thank
just a
you, sir.
shameless
You've
thing.
got to sit
Okay?
down now.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Another familiar face coming forward. Jackie, please, just name and address, please.
Jackie Masil, 95 Elm Street. I'm bad with names. The gentleman that just spoke prior to me. I'm so glad you brought that up because a lot of people don't know what went on Friday. There were 139 votes, all Democrat, against that bill. There were, I think, 27 that voted for that amendment to a bill. And guess what? Our representative voted no. Keep that in mind. Okay, I would like to talk about transparency and the lack of it. When I go to check out, I've been mostly to the town council meetings, so I know Tom and some other people. Okay, whoever puts that agenda together, you guys don't know how lucky you are about how much transparency goes into that agenda. There's links and to everything. But I do have to condemn you about the memorandum of understanding. I couldn't find it the first time. It was disguised in 9A as the override pledge to citizens of Franklin. So I think I got you on transparency there. I think the school committee should learn the word transparency. Their agendas to a citizen who pays 60 to 70% of their tax bill to your corporation gets no transparency. There's items, sometimes it's all in code with these alphabet letters. You need a glossary to understand what the heck they're talking about half the time. And it's just, there's no links to nothing. Okay, you had the memorandum of understanding on your on your agenda. The school committee members all talked about it. They had copies of it from the discussions that were going on. None of the public knew it was on it, but it was on the town agenda, so why couldn't you put it on yours? I think there's too much secrecy going on in this town. People don't trust both forms of government. The superintendent kept saying, oh, it was only a coincidence that the school renovations program was coming up at the same time as the override. Well, I don't know if you know a man named Steve Bannon. He was chief of staff for the best president we ever had. And he, a Christian, also believes there are no coincidences in life. So take it for what it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Is there anyone else in council? Please, Colin, another familiar face.
Colin Cass, 146 Long Hill. Just a real quick point. There used to be 2 caution lights in front of Keller Sullivan School, and the northbound one is gone now. I don't know why. But you can drive in there now without the yellow lights, and we do it every day, and I keep driving too fast.
A lot of police in here. I'm not sure I would have admitted that tonight.
Don't do it again.
But well done, Colin. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Okay, is there anyone out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Is it one hand?
Yeah. Megan Benson.
Megan, if you just unmute yourself and name and address, please.
Hi there, good evening. Megan Benson, 19 Winthrop Drive. So going off of Mr. Falvey's comment about information and full disclosure being key, my comment is in regard to the redistricting plan that I would like to just get on public record. So I emailed the town council chair, finance committee chair, the town administrator, Mr. Helen, and Superintendent Jagir on Saturday, this past Saturday. I said the following. Someone stated the following on a social media page focused on the latest school redistricting news. Quote, I have heard from a few people that the chairs of the town council and finance committee required the redistricting plan be put forth now, or else they would not agree to put the much needed town override on the ballot, end quote. I did hear back from the superintendent and Mr. Helen with no direct response to this, other than some kind of, what seemingly seemed like copy and paste response. Talking about kind of the timing, how this has been a long time coming, how this is very much a compromise and, policy issues and all of that. I did not hear back from anybody on the town council or the finance committee. So basically, my question still stands. I know that Mr. Helen, you said that you answered my question. I emailed back and I said, I don't think you did, because I still do not have a direct response to this. This rumor is flying around town. I tried to get out ahead of it. In one of the most recent meetings, you had mentioned the importance of that in kind of squashing these rumors as they, emerge, if that's the case. So again, I would just ask and have it on record, are the chairs, this is the question, are the chairs of the town council and finance committee or anybody else requiring the redistricting plan be put forth now, or else they would not agree to put the much needed town override on the ballot? I have a feeling this will be addressed tonight, but I also hope that it will be addressed directly, in some capacity or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Is there anyone else in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Is there one more?
Kyle Thompson.
Who is it?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Kyle, name and address, please.
Kyle Thompson, 8 Mercer Lane. I just wanted to talk briefly about the Franklin Public School budget. And recently we've been compared to Bellingham, Massachusetts, and possibly other towns in regards to per pupil expenditure. Excuse me. The Massachusetts Department of Education calculates per student expenditures based on a lot of line items that are not in the public school budget. So for example, Franklin doesn't include building maintenance, building staff, groundskeeping staff and costs, upgrades, utilities, and so forth. But Bellingham does. So I think it would be good to include those in the public school budgets as school expenditures instead of town expenditures. And I just wanted to know if someone could comment on why that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Is there anyone else out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda?
There's one more person, but our requirement is that they need to include their full name, not just the first names. So I've sent a chat for them to include their full name. So maybe they could speak after.
We'll do the proclamation, and then if they have
Done that.
if they have done it properly, we'll let them speak then. Okay, tonight we do have a proclamation recognizing Chris Stearns from Franklin TV for his 20 years of service, and I ask Councilor Jones to read the proclamation.
For anyone who doesn't know Chris is one of those behind-the-scenes kind of people.
Try the microphone, Glenn.
Chris is one of those people from behind the scenes that many people, who spends a lot of time in the booth over here. But he's the eyes and ears of everything around here. He's a huge help. He's here at night, during the day, almost 24/7.
Yep, I was here this morning.
Yeah, where you It's amazing how much time you are.
Glenn, get on the mic.
All right. Get on the mic. I get yelled at by Franklin TV. All right.
We'll hold it over here if you need us to.
I know.
Glenn, you want me to?
Stinks to get over. So the town of Franklin, a proclamation honoring Chris Stearns on 20 years of dedicated service to Franklin TV. Whereas Chris Stearns became employed by the town of Franklin in 2004 when the cable TV studio was managed via Cable Advisory Board, and where even earlier, since 1997, a time when TV cameras were big, heavy, and needed lots of light, Chris Stearns was actively involved in pioneering Citizens TV through a local cable studio, starting with Charter Cable, as well as working at the town's Comcast studio on 13 Main Street prior to Franklin TV. I remember that location. Yeah. Where throughout his years with the town of Franklin and Franklin TV, he has covered many meetings at the town of Franklin's old town hall and still remains a steady and reliable producer and director of government meetings within the town of Franklin. And whereas Chris Stearns has adopted readily to the added challenges of the digital world by adding Zoom access for folks at home. Many people probably didn't even know that's him, right? Online streaming in high definitions, while working with consistently positive spirit, working week in and week out. Now, therefore be it known, Chris Stearns is hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin on 20 years of faithful service to the Town of Franklin.
Really appreciate this. It means a lot to me that being recognized. Been doing it so long, a lot of late night meetings and stuff. Just really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job, Chris. Thanks. Thanks, Chris.
They're back on.
They're back.
Prakash
Well,
Sharma.
I'm sorry.
Prakash Sharma.
Prakash Sharma, if you would unmute yourself, please, and name and address.
Hi, Vijay Sharma, 13 Hancock Road, Franklin. Very quick question. We got the email, this is about the school redistricting. We got this email on Thursday, and we are put against a vote in 2 weeks from now. Really feel it's really short time. Do not understand the details. We came for the 4-hour meeting yesterday. Again, details were far and few, like the previous person said, too many, no citation, no facts, just a rosy consultant-driven PowerPoint presentation. All we are hoping for is that we be given facts. Several emails sent, everything seems like a cut, copy, paste, very high level, no details. So all that we are hoping for is, give us facts, give us the grounds for the change, answer our questions, and please, we have families, we have full-time jobs, we need more time to process this. 2 weeks is just not enough. 2 weeks is not even enough to kind of, learn a new skill, and we are trying to understand everything about redistricting. It's huge. So please help us. Please give us more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else out there in Zoom land that wants to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? I don't see any hands. No? Okay, so we will move on. We do have a recognition tonight. Chief Lynch. Introduction.
Good evening.
Always a pleasure to see you, Chief.
Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Chairman, and the others.
You know Colin over there, so make sure that.
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay, just want to make sure you got eyes on
We
him.
got eyes on him, yeah.
Better slow down.
We will look into that yellow light, too,
Okay.
Yeah, hoping to bring something a little upbeat, get a smile on your face, continue that.
Before I bring up Caroline, I just wanted to give a little introduction on the program that she's basically joining for any of the folks that might not know. So in 2018, the department ended up filing grants and got money from the Department of Mental Health from the state to start a jail diversion program. And as many of you know, we hired Callie, and she, came in and basically did a fantastic job for us, and we moved along for several years. And we recognized that we needed more than just one person. And we wanted to move in a little bit of a different direction to add some different, things to the program outside of the JDP. So we created the Franklin Police Co-Response Program. And in that, we were able to, again, get money from the Department of Mental Health, but also, because of the work that Jamie and his staff and the town administrator's office, as well as all of you, agreeing that the town needed more mental health related services and coverage, and we could use more clinicians, we were able to do basically a pilot 3-year program using American Recovery Plan Act funds. And that 3-year program was to hire 3 clinicians, to hire a supervisor. We hired Callie, to then hire 2 other clinicians that would be able to work with her, being Sonia, who you've met recently, and then now Caroline. So now we have 3 clinicians. We cover weekends, we cover nights. Again, we cover any incident that might occur that has some kind of mental health nexus, anything that might happen to do with substance abuse, et cetera. And it couldn't happen at a better time, as our last quarter numbers ended up expanding from 110 to 160. The quarter before that was 120. So our numbers are going up. They're able to actually, diagnose or basically go and treat individuals right at the scene a lot more, due to the fact that our coverage is now expanded for more times and more days of the week. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that before I bring Caroline. So our newest, Caroline? I'm very happy to announce that we have hired our 3rd co-response program mental health clinician, Caroline Ferris. Caroline comes to us with crisis response experience, working for the North Suffolk Community Services in Boston, where she worked as a mobile crisis clinician since last June. Caroline also has experience working with the substance use population, having worked as a detox case manager at Beth Israel Lahey Health Behavioral Services. Caroline graduated with a master's in social work from Fairfield University in 2023. She is a licensed clinical social worker on her way to independent licensure. Caroline is currently enrolled in the William James College Center for Crisis Response and Behavioral Health Certificate Program, and is expected to graduate. You did graduate in May. While enrolled in this program, she has learned valuable skills and tools on how best to work alongside police as a co-response clinician. Caroline started on April 8th and has been training with Sonia and Callie for the past 2 weeks. I want to welcome Caroline Ferris to our team. We're very excited to have her, and we're looking forward to a long relationship with her being with us.
Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is appointments. We have one this evening. Conservation Commission, Nicole Chiaramonte. Clerk will read the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an appointment to the Conservation Commission, Nicole Chiaramonte, 8 Tanglewood Drive, Franklin, Mass. 02038. Town Administrator has recommended the appointment of Nicole Chiaramonte to serve as a member of the Conservation Commission with the term to expire on June 30th, 2025. This is a motion to ratify the appointment by the Town Administrator of Nicole Chiaramonte to serve as a member of the Conservation Commission.
Second. Motion and a second. Discussion. Jamie.
We're really excited to have Nicole. This is her first volunteer opportunity, and what's great about Nicole, she has a background in this stuff, so we're excited to have her join the Conservation Commission. I can't see if she's on Zoom. She's in here?
She's here.
Oh, hey, Nicole. Come on up. Now they get to ask you questions.
Any questions or comments from the council? Counselor Jones.
Just a huge thank you. It means a lot when our citizens step up and fill these roles that are so important and vital to our community. Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and welcome aboard. Okay. To vote.
Yes, we do. Vote.
Yeah, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now welcome aboard.
Now, welcome. 9-0.
I was gonna say something a little early.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. No public hearings this evening. No license transactions. We do have a presentation, discussion on the FY23 financial audit. And once again, Scott McIntyre's with us, I think. Jamie, you want to do the lead-in?
So, as everybody knows, really quickly, folks can go on. About 5 or 6 years ago, I do appreciate Jackie Masil's comment regarding transparency. We're proud of our financial statements and our financial record. Anybody who wants to read our audits or right online on the town budget page, right off the home page, is a whole link. And we have a growing archive of maybe the last 7 or 8 years of audits. But without further ado, I know we have a long night. Scott, I'll just turn it over to you. Just let me know what page you need me to go, buddy.
Thanks, Jamie, and thanks, members of the council, for the invitation to come in tonight and review our audit of your financial statements. Jamie, if you're going to be sharing the screen, I'm going to go to the independent auditor's report first. It's according to the agenda. I think it's PDF page 9.
Yep.
I'll get to that in a moment, but before I do, as I typically do, I like to tell the town council a little bit about the audit process and how it went. And again, with our fiscal year 23 audit, our audit of your financial statements went very well. What I really mean by that is that we found your books and records to be in good working order, and as a result of that, we did not need to propose any significant journal entries as a result of the audit processes that we followed. There were also no disagreements in how to apply generally accepted accounting principles. And also, there's 2 other required communications that I need to make to the town council tonight. One deals with accounting estimates that are in your financial statements. There are several. We'll look at a few of them very quickly. I'm not going to walk through too much of the document this evening. But some of the largest ones are your estimated net pension liability and the related deferred inflows and outflows associated with that liability, as well as your net OPEB liability and the related deferred outflows and deferred inflows with that liability. And the last of the required disclosures, our professional auditing standards now require that we disclose to those charged with governance, the town council in Franklin, any non-audit services that we provide in association with the audit that we provide. And in Franklin, like we do in virtually, 250 audits in New England, we assist the community in developing or converting your fund basis general ledgers to what we call the government-wide financial statements, or the full accrual basis of accounting. It's very common, particularly in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but our professional standards do require that we disclose to you that we do assist the town in preparing the overall government-wide financial statements, which is what we're going to walk through this evening. As I mentioned, and Jamie, you are sharing your screen, is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Scott. I'm on PDF page 9. PDF page 9.
Thank you. It's the independent auditor's report. It would be a few pages prior to that, Jamie.
Yep.
Couple more, please.
Yep.
Top of this page.
Independent auditor's report. I finally got it, Scott.
Independent auditor's report. There's really no differences in this report than there have been in the past. But I think it's very important to take just a minute to walk through this. As you can see, it starts with our opinions, and our opinions are that your financial statement is fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles for governmental entities in the United States. There's a paragraph on the basis of our opinion that we followed generally accepted auditing standards, as well as generally accepted standards. So there's two sets of auditing standards that we are required to follow. That's followed by a paragraph that talks about the responsibility of management of the town of Franklin in this audit process. And at the top of the next page, there's a paragraph and some bullet items on our professional responsibility on the audit of the financial statement. Again, it's not my intention to walk through each bullet item here, but there is some really good information that readers should understand what is management's responsibility and what is the auditor's responsibility. And at the bottom of this page, it talks about required supplementary information. That's pretty straightforward. And right there at the very bottom there, other reports required by government auditing standards. That's telling the reader that when it's finalized, we'll also be issuing a report that are required by government auditing standards on your our evaluation of your internal control framework. And I will tell you that the result of our audit procedures, that report will say that we did not identify any material weaknesses in internal control or significant deficiencies in your internal control structure. And as you can see, I have the dates highlighted there. This audit is expected to go final in the next handful of days. We wanted to proceed. There is one very technical issue that's under review, making sure internally under review, making sure that I dotted all my I's and crossed all my T's. So that we do expect that this audit will go final very, very soon. And Jamie, I was using page numbers associated with the agenda item, but if you could maybe go to print page 12, it's very likely PDF page 15 or something like that. This is the town of Franklin's statement of net position. And this is actually the asset side of the equation. I'm going to ask Jamie to scroll one more page in just a minute. But this is your statement of net position, a long-term perspective view. We'll take a look at the short-term perspective in just a moment. And now, Jamie, if you could just slide down to the next page. We don't believe that any conversation about a local government's financial statements is complete without talking about, in that first column of numbers, right about in the middle of the page, you see your net pension liability. Again, in that first column of numbers, it has an account balance of $44.6 million. And right below that, the net OPEB standing for other post-employment benefits. What it really means is retiree health care, with a June 30, 2023 liability of about $60.4 million. Again, it's not. There's a wealth of information in the footnotes. I would only quickly reference that the net pension liability has gone up from about $28 million in the prior year. Very simply, the retirement system, the Norfolk County retirement system, has a 12/31 year end. So this liability is actually measured as of 12/31/22. And if you would think about the market returns in calendar 22 compared to calendar 21, that is why the liability is up, because when the investments at the retirement system level are down, the liability is going to go up. The OPEB liability is actually down about $14 million. A year ago, it was $70 million, down to $60 million. Basically, they had a great experience rating in fiscal year 2023 that drove that liability down. And Jamie, if we could go forward just two more pages, please. This essentially shifts the conversation from the long-term perspective to really the page that most readers are going to turn to. It's what I commonly refer to as the short-term perspective financial statements. This is the first column of numbers is your general fund. We're going to focus predominantly on that. I would want to point out the column just to the right of it. It's your federal grants fund. Similar to last year, it measured, mathematically calculated as a major fund. So it's shown with its own balance sheet here. And the reason it calculated as a major fund, if you look in the middle of that page, you see the account description is unearned revenue with an account balance of almost $5,008,000. That is the town's ARPA money. Accounting standards do not permit you to take that to revenue until you've earned it, and you will earn that money when you spend it over the next couple of years. So technically it's referred to as a liability, but you will recognize that as revenue when you spend it a couple of years. Now, if we could switch the conversation back to the general fund, The focus really is in the lower left-hand corner of the page. So the bottom third of the page of that first column of numbers, second number up from the bottom, you see the total fund balance, which is the difference between your assets and your liabilities, of $29.2 million. Above that is your unassigned fund balance, perhaps the most important number, or at least the most frequently viewed number in your financial statements. And as of June 30, 2023, it had a balance of $17.2 million. That's up about $2 million over the prior year. You do have other accounts there. The assigned fund balance are encumbrances, fiscal year 23 appropriations that will be honored going forward. The committed balance of 9.3, much of that is your stabilization accounts. And if you look at the detail would be on page 40. I do not intend to go to that page, but it'll tell you what those dollars are committed for. And you also have about $1.5 million in general fund money that is restricted. So, if I was to summarize the balance sheet, the unassigned fund balance represents about 12% of fiscal year 23 expenditures. I would categorize it as a solid balance sheet, very consistent with prior years, in a really a nice increase in the key account balance of the unassigned fund balance by about $2 million. Some of that was the primary drivers of that were positive budgetary results, which are shown elsewhere in the financial statements, as well as I believe you planned on putting about $1 million into your general or budgetary stabilization as a result of fiscal year 23. So that's a really super quick walkthrough of our audit process. Again, I think the most important communication that I can make to the town tonight is letting you know that our audit of your financial statements went very well, and that we found the books and records to be in good working order when we came in to begin our test work. And with that, I will turn it back to the town council chair and see if there are any questions I can try to answer.
Certainly. Thank you, Scott. Questions from the council? Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, thank you for that. You happen to be joining us on a day where we're talking about the health of our budget, and so I wanted to clarify hopefully what this is and what this isn't. When you say that we have a healthy budget here, you're talking about that we know where the money is that we've spent, and our ability to pay back liabilities and debts. You're not talking about how good our roads are, how good our schools are, the quality of services that we want, and our ability to pay for those.
That's correct. Our opinion is on the financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. That's what we were asked to do, and that's what we've done.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, good to see you again. I joke with my fellow councilor, Melanie Hamblin here, that I always get excited when the auditors show up. I know that sounds like a really strange comment to make. It's just that I've been listening to audit reports now for almost 15 years as I sit in this seat. And let me tell you, folks, the books have always been efficient. Everything, your money has been well purposed, it's been well managed, it's been well taken care of. The administration, the Treasurer's Department have been excellent stewards of our tax dollars. And this is yet another reflection of the fact that the town is doing an excellent job managing our money. It doesn't mean that we have enough, no. And we're going to talk about that later on. This audit is simply just in regards to how well the administration, the town, the town treasurer's department, and Jamie's staff has worked to really make every single dollar as accountable as it can possibly be. And Scott, I want to thank you for all the hard work that your organization puts into these audits every single year. And thanks for coming out and giving us a report.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi, Scott. So my question to you, you mentioned you do accounting for about 250 or so municipal governments. Just curious if you had a percentage or a number of those that perhaps don't fare as well, meaning you have to write management letters, you have to write notes to their administrations telling them that things are going wrong, because I think it's important for people to understand that these numbers here in Franklin are incredibly good. The fact that we don't, once again, don't have a management letter, that we don't have cliff notes here saying you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. So for the public to understand, can you give any info to maybe what you see elsewhere?
You know, I don't keep those statistics. I apologize. There's a number, but I will just say that there's a number. I don't have a percentage, but there's a lot of good accounting and financial reporting that are done by cities and towns right now. It really is.
You missed your career in politics, Scott. But no, that's okay. I do sincerely appreciate that. I remember seeing many management letters in my 20 years of doing nonprofit work when audits would come, and those were never easy discussions to have to look at what cuts had to be made or where additional income could come in. Those were difficult conversations. But here we can say with certainty once again that we're well managed. Our finances are well managed. And this also leads to us getting our AAA bond rating once again for any loans that we need to take out on large capital projects. So this is all really, really good news. So thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Scott. Not that I'm complaining, but could you explain a little bit? I'm so excited about the OPEB going down so much. I've been here 12 years. It's never gone down that much. Could you just explain a little bit about that, please?
Sure. If I may, I'm going to glance down at the notes that we got from our conversation with your actuary. The experience gain was driven by the Medicare plan reduction costs. In 2021, which was a couple of years ago, the Medicare plan cost was X per month. Assuming the inflation assumption was realized, the cost would have been Y. I'm not going to read the specific amounts. The actual cost was substantially less than that, which led to about a 24% reduction. And that really drove the reduction in that's the experience gain that drove the reduction in the liability.
Thank you, Scott.
That's great.
That's great. Thank you.
Anything that lowers that number, we're very excited about, for sure. Any other comments or questions from the council? Scott, once again, it's always a pleasure to see you when you bring these very positive reports. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Chris Sandini, Carrie Bertoni, the entire finance department for doing such a good job keeping track of where money comes in and where money goes out. So thank you folks very much. Scott, thank you very much. See you next year.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's the same report.
Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is legislation for action. The first item is resolution 24-19, override pledge to the citizens of Franklin. Clerk will read the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is resolution 24-19. Whereas the town council has reviewed the document entitled An Override Pledge to the Citizens of Franklin, attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and wishes to formally adopt the contents thereof to guide its future financial decisions, now therefore be resolved that the town council hereby adopts an override pledge to the citizens of Franklin attached hereto as Exhibit 1. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-19.
Second.
motion and a second. And folks, don't anybody get nervous. We are going to go through every single item on that MOU. So with that, I'm going to ask the town administrator, superintendent of schools, to go through that MOU item by item so that everybody understands what we're talking about here. So Jamie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the superintendent. For the last, I think, year or so, we've been doing these jointly, and I've heard a lot of positive feedback from the community. Sometimes I hear a lot of stories too, that when I shake his hand or something, they go, "Oh my God, they talk." We are very, very close colleagues. Most people don't know our offices are right next to each other. We hear everything, we interact often, and I'm very grateful for the partnership with Lucas and Tina. And I think as you're going to see tonight, hopefully some highlights of what they've been able to do too. I always leave this up there. It's just a cheap plug on the town budget webpage. Again, thank you, Jackie, for your comments about transparency. It's something that I'm very proud of. It's something that we did in the town of Hopkinton. Our philosophy there was just put as much possible out for the citizens to read. And people can go on there and find a lot of sleep aids, but also a lot of really, really tremendously detailed information. I know, I'm very, very sorry to people. I know a lot of the documents are very long, but they're all keyword searchable. People can look up a lot of stuff from like the last 6 or 7 years. And I'll end my cheap plug on that, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just coming right out swinging for the gates. A one-slide override proposal. All of this is going to be online. It is not online yet, but all of this will be online. So before you tonight at the Town Council, there are 3 resolutions before you. The first is a pledge to the citizens of Franklin on a framework for spending the funds. The second resolution is the declaration of a special election on June 11th of this year, and a third resolution that sets a ballot question for a $6.8 million override for FY25 and beyond. So we've calculated the numbers specifically, and to Mr. Falvey's point earlier, I do appreciate, I know there's a lot of excitement in the community, both for and against in different ways. I know a lot of people in today's day and era with word of mouth and social media and the internet, like I just tell you guys all the time, there is no way I could possibly ever keep up with the way that information flows, rumors, allegations, and things of that sort. And I'm very proud to work with Lucas and the school committee, where we just try to take it week by week, meeting by meeting, and try to get out information. I will speak to the information that Mr. Falvey asked for in a moment. But a $6.8 million override based on the FY24 tax rate in home values, which the assumptions are over on the right, which I presented last week at the high school auditorium, is on the average household is $552.82. Again, I really hope tonight I answer a lot of questions that all of you on the council and school committee have gotten. Amy and I have tried to put in as many answers as possible. Actual bills for an override on June will actually hit next January and April. As everybody knows, the estimate bills go out in the summer and fall, but the actual tax impact of when people will feel that $552 if an override were to pass would be actually next winter and next spring in 2025. And so I just want to clause for everybody, put a couple asterisks in here. It would be presumptuous for us to ask the Board of Assessors to somehow project what the tax rate is going to be this coming December. I had another slide up in a different presentation, but people have to also realize you also would add the 2.5% that's allowed by Prop 2.5 would also add that. So for FY24, that cost was $198. I don't put that up here because, like Lucas said last night, I don't want to put a number up there plus 198 and have everybody think that that's it. We have to let the Board of Assessors do their work, as they do so well, through the rest of the year and set the tax rate in December. But I do want to make sure people are aware that that $552.82 is just for the override number of that amount of $6.8 million based on that. But when FY25 tax rate and the single family value gets calculated, that number would be adjusted slightly based on FY25 numbers. The FY25 allotment schedule, so account 300, which is Franklin Public Schools, would see $6.3 million, and account 192, I'm going to call it PP and B because that's actually the real name of it, but we oftentimes refer to it as facilities, Mike D'Angelo's department. And then FY26 through 30, the allotment schedule proposed in the pledge is a 60-40 split. Again, in perpetuity for those 4 years, FPS would get 4.08 million. In various municipal and school accounts, really municipal accounts, but for some of the schools, we'll go through it in a bit, would be 2.72. That is it in a nutshell. Again, we'll put the slides up tomorrow, but you know, I'm sure there'll be some photos of it online. But that's basically what we're talking about here in a nutshell, and we're going to dive a little deeper on this next slide. So, getting in, Mr. Chairman, to the proposed pledge. So the town of Norwood, who I've linked up here and sent around many times, and I have copies up here of their documents. We went to the town of Norwood. Norwood's a very comparable community in size, budget size, and also, up until this override in 2020, they too were told for many years, we don't do overrides in Norwood. And so as One Franklin knows, particularly the folks that started this committee 5 years ago, I handed those materials out with Superintendent Ahern. It's right on the town of Norwood website. There's a lot of other overrides going around in Massachusetts. If people read the newspaper, it feels like there's an override going on every 2 or 3 communities. Westford are just some examples that just approved at a town meeting to go for 6.8 million. And the town of Acton just last night actually approved an override at 6.6 million. I want to note the Finance Committee, School Committee, and Board of Selectmen in Acton were all in unanimous support at the number. And even in the town of Acton, the override passed by only 33 votes. So for anyone out there that doesn't think their vote matters, their vote matters. I don't know if they're doing a recount yet. I would also note that for some reason, enough people left that question blank that could have made the difference between a no. So it was a razor thin override at 6.6 million in a community that has done a bunch of overrides before. It was our best practice. This was initiated by the town administration. It's my feeling of going through and dealing with overrides for 26 years at the local level, that the more information that you can help spell out for citizens, as Mr. Falvey pointed out earlier, it always helps inform voters of where the money is going to go and what the funds are going to be spent on. And we've collaborated with the school administration over the last several weeks. This isn't something that's been in development for 2 years or anything. This is literally something, as you know, Mr. Chairman, that's been coming up and discussed really over the last several weeks. And people say to me all the time, why hasn't it been out there? Why hasn't it been out there? Well, I've got to review it. We've got to really draft it. We have to have folks review it. And it takes a little while to make sure that you're ready to present to the public something that you feel confident in that the public is going to respond to. I want to make sure people are clear that a pledge is not a legal requirement. However, as I just noted, when you look at the town of Norwood, who had, I think many people have asked, plenty of documents outlining exactly where funds are going to go. If you want a successful override, most communities would tell you you need everyone in agreement, and you also need to at least have a framework, if not detailed specifics on what folks are going to spend those funds on. Without it, all revenues resort to the general fund. So one urban myth, if you will, if an override were to pass without a framework or specific details, essentially year one, which would be FY25 here, the full allotment would go to the areas that are specified in the override. And then in FY26, if there's no agreement or no framework that's agreed upon between the main committees, then all revenue resorts 100% to the general fund. Okay? It is not legally in perpetuity where the 6.3 million and 500,000 just stay there forever. That's not how the system works. And I think that's very important for people to understand as to why these documents and these agreements are very important. If approved tonight, if those resolutions are approved tonight, I anticipate about 2 weeks of staff work to prepare a frequently asked questions, a flyer that I think Mr. Falvey referenced earlier, a town website, and a spreadsheet, account by count, and where the money is to be spent, as well as the infamous override calculator that everybody likes to go on and play with numbers at the DOR website. So we had a staff meeting today in anticipation for tonight's meeting. Our staff is starting to get that going. It's not going to be up and live tomorrow. It's not going to be up and live on Friday. I'm very sorry, but it does take a while to pull all that stuff together. So I'm just giving very ample notice to everybody. It's going to take a week or two for our staff to put that materials together. If folks expect a June 11th election, final decisions have to be made tonight. As the town clerk has told us before, you need 35 days to set up a special election. That's next Monday. But the town clerk also has to make sure that the ballot question goes through the Secretary of State's office, orders the ballots, a bunch of other stuff. So tonight's really the last day because the open meeting law requires you to post a meeting for 48 hours. You can't post one tomorrow unless you want to have a meeting on Sunday or Saturday, and that's pretty much usually not the case. So if you want a June 11th election, tonight it's the night. Okay. I'm going to go through the override pledge. I very well, for the gentleman who sent me a great email, I know my slides are boring. But I got to tell you, I was doing these all day on Saturday and Sunday. He said it was such a great sense of humor. I said, I don't have any fancy videos. I don't have time for that. But I was literally doing this over the weekend. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that lead up because I do think it's very important for each provision to be discussed. Section 1 and 2 really try to outline, again, based off the Norwood proposal in other communities, the first two sections are really trying to establish a unified framework between the school committee, finance committee, and the town council in this case. People can read all the language, in the actual two-pager, but that's the quick summary. To the big meat, section 3 endorses the one-day special election on June 11th with the 6.8 million number. Why that number? People have asked me a million times the last few days. It really sets a compromise figure based off professional input, the public feedback, as well as statewide historical context. If you notice up there, Mr. Chairman, Megan Benson did come to the hearing, I believe, last week and presented some data. I do want to validate her analysis. I will say the DOR website does not actually include every override in state history. That database is only as good as the data that's put in from the local municipality. If anyone from Franklin goes on there right now, they'll only see 3 overrides. I don't know why all the other 6 or 7 aren't on there. I don't know. These were old overrides. But if people even went on there, they would see that. Nonetheless, what Megan said is accurate. There is a reason why Westford is at 6.9. There is a reason why Acton is at 6.6. Over 7 million, 8, 9, and 10 are very, very challenging overrides to pass. And that's one reason why they're not on there. And the frequency and passage rate is very, very low for overrides of that magnitude. The town of Belmont just a few weeks ago did pass an $8.4 million override. And I'll just remind you, their average tax bill in Belmont is almost $20,000 a year. And it passed 55% to 45%. That's not exactly a landslide. It can happen. The city of Newton last year infamously tried for $10 million, and they didn't have a framework according to their town boards, and the $10 million override in Newton failed. So it's a crapshoot, but I did want to validate Megan's data last week. She is accurate in terms of that. And I think that that's an important point, Mr. Chairman, and the committee, and those listening. I think that is an important data point as to why the 9.7 or the 10 or the 8.8 and all the other numbers we've been hearing about, the passage rate statewide is very, very low. What does this accomplish if a successful override in this amount passes? Along also, we'll talk in a minute with the comprehensive facility study. This really does rebuild the foundation of the school operational budget. And I know school business administrator Bob Dutch may speak to this very quickly in the future, but this really puts the school district on very, very strong financial footing for the foreseeable future. It also restores the public property and buildings account after 2 or 3 years of dreaded inflation to Mike's account. As all of you know, the facilities account is always usually, sadly, one of the ones that we can cut when we need to allocate more money to schools or other areas or an emergency. But the real truth is that Mike runs out of money. In fact, I sent a note to the schools today. It's May 1st, and the expense budget in Mike's account is now gone. There are some monies left, but we expect utility bills to come in the next 2 months. And as we look out the next 2 months, this is now the 3rd year in a row I've had to send memos to the department heads in the schools saying that the expense budgets in Mike's budget, in the facilities budget, has run out. Why is that important? Because almost 80+% of the facilities budget goes to school buildings. And I know Kyle Thompson asked a question a minute ago, and we'll get to that later. By the way, I will answer all of the other questions that came up during citizen comments later in the TA report. The town will pay for the election, which is estimated at $30,000. How? We will cobble together small surplus accounts. It's a very manageable account, and we'll do a year-end transfer on June 26th. People say, well, what's a small surplus account? So maybe we projected at the beginning of the year a job that was full for 12 years, but maybe the person didn't start until maybe mid-August, and there's a 6-week lag between July 1st in the budget and mid-August when that person came on. Well, you've budgeted for a whole year, but you've saved a month of salary because that person didn't start right away. Normally, all of those excess monies go to free cash, which is not free and it's not cash, but it goes to free cash, which supplies our capital program, right? So in lieu of doing that, and we always know, Mr. Chairman and the council, every year in June, we give a year-end transfer for any departments that may have been cutting it close. This is a very manageable number. We've talked to the finance director. We can cobble the money together for the election. So for those who have said the election, I respect and fully respect people's opinions. If the taxpayers don't want to fund a separate election for $30,000, that is certainly entitled to anybody's opinion. But I also want to make sure people understand that this is well within the reach of what we can pay for the special election in June. Section 4 makes the override funds to last for the next 4 fiscal years after this one through 2030. And this provision, Mr. Chairman, really seeks to provide assurance to residents on fixed incomes that the town will not seek additional overrides during this period. There's been a citizen, Julio, who's come to a couple of meetings, who has been asking questions, great questions on these points. The town of Norwood did this when I talked to the town of Norwood. This is the same concern they had, was about tax predictability in the future. And if we are to go for a large amount this year, I think we owe it to the taxpayers to say, okay, the schools in town are going to do the best they can to manage the resources and live within the means of what we're asking people. Section 5, as everybody knows, there's already a $2 million deficit in the FY25 budget due to one-time revenues. And so really people have asked me how to make those up. Well, there's a few things, and there's one issue on the slide, but as you know and the council knows, every year is a new year. Right? If you look at streetlights, you look at employee health insurance, you look at the IAC productivity, you look at a bunch of contracts sometimes come in lower. We always make sure we're looking out and adding those numbers. There are savings that we can do in the budgets come up in the future years just from our management techniques, as you heard from Scott, and the way that we manage our money. But the savings also from the school consolidation plan and facilities plan will save a tremendous amount of money in the municipal budget. As we'll learn in a little bit, and as Kyle referenced earlier, we almost have $21 million worth of school-related costs that are in the municipal budget, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But when you consider the proposal before the school committee, just like Davis Thayer when that closed, there is a savings that comes to the municipal budget from not just staff, but also expenses, cleaning supplies, water, utilities, plumbing supplies, contractors, a whole series of things. And I'm anticipating that those closures would actually cut that structural deficit just in the municipal budget alone in half. And that doesn't even include any of the savings that may come from down the line if the school department does go forward with that plan. I know Lucas said the other night, you can't predict every dollar today, but as the school business administrator pointed out, once there's action on all of these items, we can recalculate things in the future to make sure we're looking for those economies of scale. FY25, people have asked, and we're going to have a couple slides here, what does the 6.3 million go to? What does the 500,000 go to? I'm going to turn it over to Lucas really quick to walk through. I asked him to just do a simple chart of where that 6.3 million would go, and he's going to kind of walk us through all this chart right now.
Sure, great. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just to point out, this has been presented in a few different ways in our budget presentations as recently as last Wednesday. You may recall, we've also presented a series of presentations on the 6th, I think, throughout this winter and into the spring. So for the purposes of tonight, to try to culminate 20 hours of budget presentations is trying to just show where is the 6.3 coming from in this particular topic. So you'll see here, healthcare expenses at $623,000. Our transportation, that's big yellow buses, it's 107. That's an increase, 107,240. Mental health supports, mostly tied up in the ESSER funding that has gone away, is $497,000. And as we move down, you'll see out-of-district tuition rates at 2.2 million. Specialized transportation, that's in-district van transportation when we have students who we educate within our community at 288,000. Maintaining current staffing levels, that's moving forward with steps and lanes and degrees and contractual obligations, 2.1. K-5 class size, we mentioned that prioritizing that in last Wednesday's budget when we all were on the stage of the high school. And finally, middle school extracurricular programming to try to bring back to our programming that we had cut last year due to some budgetary deficits, which you're all very well aware of from those conversations. That totals 6.3 million, and as Jamie said, the 6.8 includes the 500,000 for the facilities line.
And this is, Lucas, reflects the level service plus partially restore
Correct.
Objective of the school committee, correct?
Correct.
So facilities, why 500,000 for the facilities department? So since the pandemic, there's no other department that's been hit financially harder by inflation than facilities. I would say DPW is second outside of labor. Constable Lorco is shaking his head, he certainly knows. Water, sewer, gas, propane, electricity, fuel, plumbing, electrical and carpentry parts, labor, contractors, stormwater, so I don't think I have to explain all this to anybody who has tried to put in a new kitchen cabinet or gone to buy some new items in their house or any good. The prices are just going up. Well, the prices are going up for the town of Franklin as well. Many accounts have been cut out or wiped out due to the budget stress. The list of them are here. And in FY 23 and 24, we saw a bunch of funds run out, as I just mentioned, in April and May. I just sent out that memo today. So while these numbers up here may seem like water, what are you doing? Why would you put in water and override? Well, I'll tell you why. Because for the last 3 years, we have cut the water line item in the facilities budget to save money or to compensate for inflation. And Mother Nature's done her job. The last couple of years, I don't think anyone actually knew that we turned off the water at the high school complex for the last 2 years. But it takes about $100,000, Mike, it's actually a little more, but it takes about $100,000 to water all of the fields up at the school's complexes. So we'd like to restore those to pre-pandemic levels. Building maintenance, maintenance of equipment, heating service repairs, fire system maintenance. I know Mike has really been passionate about pushing to get that account back in. And so really what you have here is trying to bring the facilities budget back to pre-pandemic levels. I'm not going to drive through the slide too much, but you're going to see in the left-hand column on that history, the expense account, you'll see over here 4.5 was in FY 20. Then it went down to 4.1 during when the real pandemic year hit. And even FY 22, he didn't get back to pre-pandemic levels because there just wasn't any revenue in the tax base to do this, and we all had a lot of other challenges. 23, inflation really hit. That number is actually really low relative to what we predicted. And the main reason is we were able to secure, by luck from someone upstairs, to get a 14-cent rate for a 4-year commitment. That electricity rate was so important for 4 years because as inflation has not come down, there was predictions to do it for 2 years. I will take a little credit on this, I don't ever do that, but I really liked the financial stability element of the 14 cents over 4 years. It gives budget predictability. So Mike, the last few years, and going another couple of years on that electricity rate for all school and town buildings, is giving us a very stable rate, which is getting us through horrible, horrible inflation. We are actually saving a lot of money from that contract. The bad news is all of those other accounts that Mike deals with in his budget and facilities does in schools have never been able to come back. In addition to, I think the folks at Remington Jefferson are well aware of the mold remediation issue we had. Well, that cost over $100,000 to remediate the mold. There's a whole series of other projects in town and municipal buildings. We had a stove that broke in the fire station headquarters this year. This is stuff that you can't put on the capital plan, Mr. Chairman, because you don't know when it's going to break. You know by warranty when it might, but you usually get a few more years out of things, and then one day you go in to turn on the stove, and it doesn't work. You got to go replace it. You don't have a choice. That's just the way it goes. And just for those that went to the Historical Museum last week, right before the expense cut went down, we are paying $8,000 to get that entire thing fixed in the Historical Museum for the screen. So anybody out there that was at the Armenian exhibits, the screen will be replaced. Override pledge to the citizens, number 3, section 6 lays out the 60-40 split. So the 60% on top with an agreement like this, again, without a framework and an agreement, all that money, 6.8, goes back into the general fund and can be used anywhere in FY26 and beyond. 60% represents just under a hair under 4.1 million, which would be guaranteed to the account 300, which is Franklin Public Schools. This is a 7% increase on the account number 300's portion of the budget. Just account 300, as I laid out last week, is about 53% of the budget. When you have 60% of that each year, that 53% is going to tick up another 0.5%, 2 years down the road 1%. And so for those folks out there, we've heard a lot from them that want that percentage to go up, and I'm sure everybody wants it to go up higher, faster. I respect that. But at least that percentage that goes to account 300, which is basically the money for teachers and personnel for the school district, will continually to incrementally go up over the next 4 or 5 years. The remaining 40%, and I'm not going to go through all the language, but it really reflects a catch-all of salad bowl of stuff that the school business administrator and the superintendent and I believe are the more flexible numbers where we don't really fully know the costs yet for FY26. I mean, we are a year and a half out here. But it's issues we know that are coming up. Most of these costs are school related. So for those that somehow believe that the town is somehow taking money in some sort of way, that is not true. These are mostly school costs relative to collective bargaining, reoccurring capital. I think Councilor Cormier-Ledger and Councilor Pellegrini, Councilor DeLorco and Chandler on the capital committee know the frustration we've had with getting some of those capital items in the budget. This would allow us to do that. That also represents something that Lucas did this year, which was to drag his numbers back a little bit, okay? The parties agreed to improve strategy and communication and some other stuff. Why 40%? Well, because the town actually has a lot of costs in its budget. We've walked through this many times, but for the public that wasn't aware, the town pays for all of the facilities. We pay for the school employee OPEB. We pay for all the unemployment insurance. We pay for property and casualty, workers' comp, snow removal. We pay for all the grounds in the DPW. I won't continue to go on and on and on and on and on, but it amounts to about $20.5 million. This number can fluctuate every year between 18 to 22 million. It just depends on the year and exactly what the money is spent on. If an override were to pass, a unified community would certainly be preferred. When the impression is that one department gets the entire pie, trust and support dissolves and does jeopardize the passage of an override. If you look at the town of Acton's website, they actually didn't provide many specifics at all. They actually used their $6.6 million override across the board for the entire government in the town of Acton. So different towns have different approaches, but again, the key is that we show the community in different departments that there's something in there for them that can hopefully garner their support towards passage of a ballot question like this. FY26 does expect to see some major school-related costs. The biggest one, of course, is the Remington Jefferson remodel and Horace Mann roof. A whole bunch of other stuff relative to public works. Unforeseen cost spikes. We just saw that with out-of-district placement. I think, was it this fiscal year or last fiscal year, where we saw a 14% hike that was unanticipated. The 40% number could go to something in the school department where they see a huge increase like that, where we didn't see something coming. And also potentially collective bargaining, and also, as we know, employee health care. Was originally at 9.6% this year, but it's at 7.6% once we finalize the contract. These accounts and many more have seen increases well over 2.5%, and oftentimes due to trends in the schools. Things like workers' comp is something that comes out of our budget, but there's an impact that the schools have on that line item. So I put in bold red just to make sure it's very clear to everybody. This is an example of a model given. The first two on the top, the facilities, $500,000 would carry over because it's part of FY25. I'm estimating right now the debt and interest on the $10 million for RJ and Horace Mann at a $10 million borrowing, which will be on the council agenda on the budget hearing on May 23rd. That 10 million, I really would like to do a 10-year note. I don't really want that 20 years to go because we're paying interest, and I think I've made it clear to everybody I hate interest. It really sucks the life out of the budget, and if we can do it over 10 years, I'm estimating about $1.25 million, but until we go out to borrow and see interest rates, I'm not gonna have the exact figures. Right there, just those two accounts, that's 1.75 million of the 40% of the 2.72 million on the sheet. I hope just that alone gives a lot of comfort to many people in the community that have had concerns over the 60-40 split. In addition, and I'm just modeling out the bottom three, the DPW director will speak later about the expense budget hits to the DPW budget, but I'm just estimating to give a model, right? 250,000 maybe for additional grounds maintenance. There was a big cost increase this year for school ground maintenance. Collective bargaining is a safety net, and reoccurring capital put up there just to put some numbers. I hope I'm conveying to people that the 60-40 split really isn't two Franklins. The 60-40 split really is still one Franklin. And it really is, in a way, trying to patch a lot of gaps that I think we've all talked about and have frustrations with. It's just when you're Bob, Dutch, and I, it's really hard to know exactly what these numbers are and what the lay of the land is, and so we kind of just have to put a list up there. And that's why the language was put in the pledge the way it was, right? You could also do employee health care, school operating accounts that see an increase over 5%, including special education, technology, as well as underfunded school and municipal departments. Just an example of that would be making sure we sure our fort in our school HR and town HR. There's a lot of projects that I know all of you are aware of that are well on the back burner for 2 or 3 years. I'm just editorializing some quick suggestions. Section 7, the school committee in the comprehensive plan is hopefully voting on May 14th, as outlined by the superintendent last night. And the agreement does try to convince all of the parties to at least commit to the closure of the Parmenter Elementary School. Mr. Chairman, I know everybody's familiar with the report that came out in 2020. For folks in the back, this is a discussion that's been going on for 5 to 10 years. I know all of you are very familiar with it. I don't believe that this is a big shock. Why is this an important point? One, we need certainty around these issues so that the schools and I can try to strategically plan numbers going into the future. But also, if we're going to get a new police station, which on May 13th, we are going to be selecting an OPM to start the design of the police station. This saves us potentially millions and millions of dollars, plus my loathed interest, for buying a piece of property for the police station. As you know, Mr. Chairman, because you're the chair of the school, of the police, I was going to say the school building committee, sorry.
One time.
4 times. The police station building committee, and the Davis Thayer Advisory Reuse Committee has read all the reports on the likelihood of Davis Thayer as a police station. The building is not going to be a police station. It isn't. First of all, the parcel is not large enough, and the building would unquestionably have to be torn down to put a police station there. And so I just want everybody to know that that building is going to take tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to rehab if it stays in municipal coffers. If you go back and read the reports or watch the meetings that Councilor Pellegrini is chairing, and Chairman Mercer is for the police station, you will see all of the architectural design and reports basically say that that building cannot be a police station, and that parcel is almost unlikely. When the OPM is hired, we will look at all options. However, the Parmenter parcel is over 20 acres. Wow. And so if we're going to continue to save money, and while there's a little stream on one side of it, most of it's fairly dry. It's not optimum, but as all of you know, there's really no parcel available, and you need to have a police station in an area that deploys emergency services, just like a fire station in certain places. You can't just go put it up on like a 5-acre parcel on Prospect Street, for example. It has to be a centrally located space. This would save the town an enormous amount of money to be able to get a 4, 5, 6, or 7-acre parcel to construct a police station. If we have to go out and try to buy that, we're gonna have to borrow the money, have interest, which will eat out of the pie, And so this is a very important decision to give options open. Again, it's perfect timing as the police OPM is going to be hired soon, and it would allow for the town to be able to hit the ground running with designing that building. And just really quickly, on the police station, we very much anticipate a very different police station than one you see up there in Panther Way, and two, what you normally see in Massachusetts. We anticipate a very interactive parcel. We are planning, I'm making it a priority to have windows. We want to see inside, people see outside. We want to make sure that this is not just a police station that you go when you're in trouble. We want to make sure it's something that's interactive with our officers on the community policing that we do. I also want to dispel one myth that has been coming into my inbox rapidly over the last several days. The police station was built when? In the early 1990s. I don't know where the rumors came out that our police station is 10 years old or 20 years old. It is not. It does look a little nice from the outside. The Chief Lynch will take anyone on a tour that they want. On the inside, our officers know there is nowhere else to go. We need to have a new police station for the future. Section 8 of the agreement tries to jointly save operating budget capacity from higher interest costs, and it tries to have the town and schools at least agree on trying to protect the town's AAA bond rating, which you just kind of heard of from the audit. Section 9 commits to the required utility increases that I've spoken to numerous times in these presentations. And Section 10 leaves a little bit of a clawback, leaves an open window. I don't know if any of you have seen any unforeseen circumstances in the last 5 years, but I've certainly seen a few. We have to be able to be nimble, and the town of Norwood was very clear in their agreement that they have to at least have some clause to be able to go back and review a pledge of this sort. And I would anticipate that over the next couple of years, and I thought Norwood's pledge was very well done.
Can I just add just one comment to that? Just to dispel what we heard tonight and comment around, rumor. We've conducted a facilities analysis. We spent hours last night. I think we finished past midnight with some really great questions from the community around and comments and concerns about the plan. I truly believe in the study, the plan, and the recommendations we put forth. I know we'll speak to that more, but I wanted to just say this language around committing to voting. I think the messaging here that I would want the town and school community to know. As we move forward and look to plan, the decisions around how we organize the schools are done in the best interest of kids, and putting kids in the most up-to-date facilities that we have within the town is very logical and makes sense and puts kids in the right spaces. So I just would point that out, that we're trying to really put our resources into the right size fit we need for the number of students we have to educate within this community. And the outcomes of this also allow for cost avoidance related to future projects that need to be done for any building that would no longer be utilized as a school. So I want to just put that out there as we all work together to try to come together, but to just make sure that that's very clear to folks. And we hit on that last night, but not everyone watched last night, so I want to just point that out as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lucas. And to the next slide, I just want to state, Lucas's job and everybody on the school committee is certainly to do what's in the best interest of the educational opportunities for kids, and I fully support that 100%. As Mr. Nutting pointed out last night, though, as well, and I've got to be the guy that also continues to feel like there's a money element to it, I want everybody to know in this community, I fully support that comprehensive facility study. I'm getting chills actually a little right now, and I do want to compliment the superintendent. I want to compliment the chair, Callahan, the school committee, Tina, Bob Dutch, Mike D'Angelo, the entire school staff. That was one of the best presentations I have ever seen. Yes. I thought the questions that were answered, I thought all of the resident feedback was outstanding. Obviously, this is an enormous deal. Nobody should also look at me and say, oh, this is Jamie just looking at the money. I fully support the plan in the way that it was outlined on the beneficial nature to both educators, administrators, and kids. And I think it's just an incredible, incredible study, and I thought that they did an amazing job. It's also a very sad study. As I'll talk about later about the closure of schools and overrides, these are absolutely the hardest things you can ever do at the local level that come with a tremendous amount of emotion. And we'll talk about that in a minute. I will say, just an enthusiastic level of support for the superintendent and the school committee. We've talked about this stuff for 10 years, even before I got here. Jeff was talking about this stuff. To be honest with everybody, to be in a position right now in the month of May, to have all of this coming together is incredibly important and a really transcendent moment for the town of Franklin in terms of looking forward, in terms of the solvency of the school budget. I know that people certainly can be shocked by what was discussed last night. The town has spent almost $120,000 on these studies with Castle Booz and the other associates over the last 5 years. I do support the superintendent's slide last night too. The public discussions on these things and engagement have been huge over the last several years. Even some people have told me, some parents have even told me when they bump into me, that sometimes the engagement was almost too much over the years. But I think when you look at what was brought through last night, I don't know if that report was even feasible last night in that study without all the engagement and input and different iterations of that report and redistricting over the last several years. And I think obviously for one of the things I look at it is certainly for a lot of parents, while the disruption is certainly enormous for the next year or two until the specifics, the superintendent is able to get those in working with the facilities director. I'm really hopeful that this is the last time this ever has to get done. Mr. Chairman, I know you did them twice. It is one of the absolutely hardest things any local official has to do is redistricting. And I don't need to explain that to you, and if you want to comment on that later, you can. Absolutely.
I'll add it for you, Chairman Mercer. Just the idea of redistricting, I think last year we went through a redistricting analysis that led to no decision on those options, because it became clear from the committee that we needed to look at this more broadly and not solve a singular issue. And what I learned is a calendar year later, went back out and did the work, and I know that I just want to acknowledge, just to empathize with folks that may be shocked from the plan, recognizing it's bold, but my first priority is how do we set ourselves up and create the least amount of disruption this year, next year, the year after, and try to reset and course correct ourselves. And on last Wednesday, you may recall, I said two things. One, this comprehensive facilities analysis is important into where we land. The recommendations, in conjunction with an override, in my opinion, in June, set us up for the best possible way we can. And as a result, too, I know I'm speaking about how the cost avoidance involved with land procurement and whatnot for some of the other projects makes complete sense.
Thank you, Lucas. I put this up there specifically actually for a couple people who asked us for bold decision-making. I do want to give a huge shout out to Rob Vaca last night for standing up at the school committee meeting. He came to these meetings and he called for bold action from all of you. The action before you tonight, the 3 resolutions, is certainly bold. And what Lucas put forward in the team last night is also bold. And I want to thank Rob and some of the other folks from the school department for at least having their opinion and at least commending us for trying to think big. So what actions do we need as a community right now? So what actions, in my view, again, this is just my view, my professional view. I know that not everybody will agree with me, and that is certainly okay. Typo, the period. Town council approval of these 3 resolutions tonight. The override pledge is critical for the citizens to understand where and how the money will go forward in the next 5 years. The special election date, the $6.8 million. We will need a couple weeks to get stuff together. In the community after tonight, can now begin its debate. We will put out what is legally permissible to Frank Falvey's point, and then after that, the community groups and whoever wants to do whatever they want to do can go do what they want to do. I sent out an OCPF memo and put it online on our budget webpage. Any citizen can go read the letter from OCPF. They can read the rules, they can read the law, and I did send that out to the council, the school committee, and the finance committee, and all of our department heads so they understand that if a ballot question got voted tonight, what the rules are, what people can and cannot do. May 6th, 8th, and 15th are the finance committee hearings. I put up the general government is May 6th, public safety and DPW is the 8th, and public education. Can't forget about Tri-County and Norfolk Aggie. They also, they are not able to make it this year, but those budgets will be reviewed as well. I think as Lucas just pointed out, the May 14th school committee consideration on the recommendation, the 22nd and 23rd on the town council hearings. There's like 15 resolutions that have to get approved on that second night of the budget hearing that have nothing to do with a lot of what we're talking about right now, but it's all sorts of stuff that has to go through. So we are going to request to the town to try to look at the town administrator's budget and the FinCom rec to get that stuff so our finance team can start working on the non-stuff relative to the override numbers. The June 11th, 2024 would be the special election. June 26th would be a town council reconsideration of the FY25 budget based on the override results. Summer, fall, if all of this goes, once all the balls drop, if you will, on all of these issues, the school and town administrations will begin to collaborate over the summer on FY26 forecasts and further. And one more point I wanted to touch off on the superintendent's presentation last night. Eventually, at some point, if the school committee does move forward with the proposal, Mr. Chairman, I don't need to tell you this, but for the rest of the community, I think really in 2025, we need to think very seriously about establishing a formal school building committee. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on the MSBA, but learning the MSBA will take new volunteers years. Literally years to learn.
At best.
At best. And as the superintendent outlined last night, there are MSBA rules about prohibition of new schools for a certain time. But what we want to do through the rest of the decade is really get a new committee, quite frankly, of younger parents in the community, hopefully, that will join a committee.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'll be in Florida.
Ex officio, of younger folks in the family that are going to be having school-age children in 2030 and beyond to be able to get on that committee to learn the rules. It is really hard. And I was very fortunate, like my deputy town administrator, to work in the State House. I worked on the Education Committee when that law was passed. I was at the ribbon cutting when they opened the agency. And I know the history of that agency well, and it is incredibly challenging to navigate. Most people that get involved go, why is everything this way? They're an autonomous agency. They do what they do. You can't change their rules. You need to work with theirs. And that will take new folks a long time. I think it is critical. If they move forward with that, we need to look at a true school building committee in the next year to get that capacity built. Why is this so important? Once in a lifetime, generational, literally historic opportunity to enact a set of policy decisions that rebuilds the entire foundation of the Franklin Public School budget and thus the entire town budget. If you include Tri-County and Norfolk Aggie in our budget, public education is 70%. For every $10 out of the $141 million. $141 million budget, for every $10 that are there, 7 go to public education. So the success of the Franklin Public School budget is the success of the entire town of Franklin's budget. In my view, the professional staff, with my partner here, Superintendent Gageer, have done their job. Mr. Nutting talked about this, Maureen Sabolinsky talked about this, Superintendent Ahern talked about this. Before you tonight and before the school committee this month, we've teed up final decisions for the council and the school committee to take bold action to unify the community with a balanced override proposal that affects every single policy. The town and school leadership has shown an unprecedented level of coordination, compromise, and opportunity for millions in structural savings to taxpayers. Again, not just the savings from closing a school, but also from building a new building. And I'm going to be a little emotional for a minute. I'm tired. I'm really exhausted. I'm burnt out. I've talked about this for 8.5 years. At some point, we have to let the citizens vote and let them speak their minds on an override. We have sat here and we have talked about November, June, next year, here or there. At the end of the day, I can feel the energy behind me out there in Zoom land. I can feel the energy from you. It's pouring through the circuits. It's just time for the community. I am very nervous that if this goes on longer, and there's pros and cons to every date, But I'm very nervous that the longer the debate goes on, to people's comments before about allegations online, I am worried that if people don't have a time to vote in the near future, the division in the community is going to get greater, misinformation is going to grow, and this is going to become a darker and darker conversation. I want to recognize Susan Rohrbach and Camille Bernstein at their hearings last week. We should have been doing smaller overrides for many years. Susan nailed it. But you know what? It's water under the bridge. We can't look back. Camille, I couldn't agree with you more. We don't hear that Franklin does overrides. I know that statement when I got here, that's what everybody told me. And Camille is totally right. And so now is the time again to finally just do it. The last time the school committee requested an override was in 2010. I commend the chair and everybody for their letter in April. And the community began the override conversation 5 years ago. It is just time to get something on the ballot. And to the people that I am very, very sensitive to, I heard all that testimony last night. The one issue I have with the idea of delaying is that that's how we've gotten into this point now. The cost of inaction are starting to rear their ugly head. At the end of the day, things that we should have done for many years weren't. We all have to call it water under the bridge, including myself, for any of the comments that I've made to former school committee members that people feel uncomfortable with. I'm deeply sorry to all of them. It is not due to a lack of respect or a lack of love or a lack of passion with working with Ann Bergen or Denise Spencer or Lee Stokes or Camille or anybody that's been on those committees. It has always been born out of my frustration from my predecessor and the superintendent's predecessors of just feeling so exhausted from waving the white flag and trying to get some attention to really say, if we don't keep doing something, we are walking on thinner and thinner ice. And unfortunately, for whatever reasons, we have to move past all of that, including myself and everyone else. If we continue to delay the decisions before us tonight and this month, I can assure you the financial projections will get much more grim. They are going to get much darker. As Roberta Trahan mentioned at the meeting last week, the community waded to the edge of the cliff. We're now looking over the edge, and it is time to look straight out and not over the edge and try to look at ourselves and try to get into the community to do the best we can. Finally, on my last slide, Mr. Chairman, the public feedback. I truly respect and appreciate everyone's emails, ideas, thoughts, comments, feedback, letters. I know I haven't gotten back to every single person yet. I'm sure all the folks emailing us are very patient and understanding with all of the letters and comments that have come into the superintendent, all of you, the school committee. I want everybody to know you're going to get a reply. I hope some of them that I did reply to, and I said, please keep an open mind. Join us on May 1st. I hope you're out in Zoom land or in the audience or watching on Franklin TV. These decisions don't come lightly. They are hard, and trust me, I am rotting on my own self from the inside out, thinking about the emotional pleas that many people have made, particularly around the school consolidation. Not everybody's going to be happy. If I wanted to make everybody happy, I would go sell ice cream. But I am here to be a leader for this community, to try to give you what I know and is the best information that I believe are the facts from a professional point of view. And this isn't just me. This is a combination effort with Amy, Attorney Sorrell, our department heads, and everybody in terms of what we think is the right strategies moving forward. And finally, I just have to say to the volunteers, I hope this isn't hokey, but please, for the public out there, I thank you all the time because you've given me this privilege of this job, but the public has to remember you're all volunteers, and we all know that you're tough. We all know that you listen. But overrides and school closures are literally, no question, with redistricting. And also dog hearings, which you don't have to do, are literally some of the hardest and most emotional policy decisions local officials have to make. All of these folks come in here to do the right thing. I've seen a lot of very, very, very toxic and mean comments towards a lot of people in the last several weeks. I really, really hope that the community of Franklin can live up to its civility pledge that was passed here 4 years ago. All of you have done a great job. I was very impressed last night with the citizen comments. They were very civil. But please, thank all of your local and volunteer officials for their leadership when making these hard community decisions. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. I know that there are a few other folks, I think, that wanted to speak.
Thank you, Jamie. Lucas, anything you want to add, please?
I would just echo on that final slide. You don't have to pull it back up if you don't want, but the idea of, I think, Jamie's point around this moment in time in really trying to be as decisive as possible is what we're trying to do, and the recommendations that we put forth are really what I believe wholeheartedly in my heart are the best for, in my role, it's the school and the students and the staff, and trying to create a system that allows us to sustain what we're doing and dedicate as many resources as possible. And I just would reiterate again, I hope that you will seriously consider the opportunity to help us position ourselves as a town and a school well through the opportunity for the citizens to vote in June on an override, in addition to really looking at how we set ourselves up with our comprehensive plan that I recommended last night as well. I think that would set us up in the greatest trajectory to move forward and sustain funding, resources, and provide the education and the high quality of services among our town that everyone expects who lives here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. And I just want to take a second. I watched every minute of last night's lengthy school committee meeting, and I just want to reiterate what Jamie had said. I thought the presentation was great, and I thought you answered all the questions tremendously. So congratulations to you, your administration, and school committee. I thought that presentation was very, very well done, very well prepared, and very well done. Okay, a lot of, over the last week or so, I've received more than a few emails that we didn't get, more than a few, but some of them asked why we didn't get the municipal department heads an opportunity to speak last Wednesday. And I know they were there, but before I go to the council, I think I'd like to give them an opportunity to speak regarding these things. Felicia's in the back.
She's there.
Would she? And you certainly don't have to. I'm just.
Oh, she's coming.
She's coming.
I'm surprised she's on the front row. Usually she's in the front row.
I don't know why she's hiding. Everybody loves a librarian.
I know.
Everyone loves Felicia.
I know.
Wherever you want, Felicia. You get my stuff. Or just stand up at the mic.
Stand up at the mic. Steve will adjust it for you.
Good. Thanks, Steve. Yes.
Just name and identify yourself for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, I'm Felicia Odi, the library director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments today are not necessarily about the override, but just to give the town councillors and the community a view of the library and what we do and the little amount of money with which we do it. So I wanted to start the comments by saying that our town is very fortunate, actually distinctive, that we have the first public lending library in the nation here in Franklin. Yeah. Our mission is to serve as a point of primary access for information, for inspiration, enrichment, and opportunity. And our share of the municipal pie that we have to execute this mission with has been consistently under 1% of the municipal budget. In FY23, our share of this pie was 0.82%. In FY24, the share had gone down to 0.81%. And in FY25, it's decreased further to 0.78%. Our professional professional librarians. These are people with master's degrees in library science, make $60,000 a year. And from FY24 to FY25, their pay raise was 81 cents an hour. So this budget that we're talking about, the library budget, is always compliance driven. We do not have the wiggle room for any cuts at all of any kind. If we do not meet the municipal appropriation requirement, unlike other departments, I don't know, the library is regulated. We have to meet statutory and regulations that are set forth by the state. And these regulations are administered by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. And what is the municipal appropriation requirement? It is the amount that a municipality must fund its library. And that's what we do. We only present a budget that meets the MAR. If we do not, if we make any cuts to the library budget, it will affect staffing levels. There is also an hour open requirement, a materials expenditure requirement. This is the funding that the town must provide for those also. And if we cut those things, then people are talking about the waiver, we disqualify ourselves from even applying for the waiver. So I just wanted to present to you guys that for the money that we have and the amount of and the quality of services and the number of services and the breadth and depth of services that we provide, we know that we've been very effective and very efficient and great stewards of this money that you have so generously entrusted in us. Now, why does certification matter? Certification matters because if we get decertified, Franklin residents, their access to any library service will end at the border of our town. No other municipality or library in any town, including our neighbors, is going to serve any of our residents. And last year alone, Franklin residents borrowed 58,000 items from other libraries across the state. If the library was going to buy that, it would have cost it $870,000 to purchase those materials if we were going to do it. So also we get access to grants. I'm currently administering a 2-year grant for ESL if that will run this year and next year. If we get decertified, then they will receive the next year portion of it. ESL, English as a second language. So yes, we get access to those grants. Third and most important is that if we are cut, it takes an inordinate amount of time to build back. Carly here has built this youth services department for 7 years. It would take Carly another 14 just to get back to this point. You know, not to talk of the fact that you will lose good people. We've heard that of the teachers. It is true across the board. So we don't want to lose good teachers. We don't want to lose good librarians, because what the library does most of the time, its effect and its impact is not as visible, but it is huge. It is huge in the community. We support, I am here and I can say that I support the 60-40 plan, because truly the library budget should be 1.5% of the municipal pie. And if you guys have that flexibility, it is easy to stand and say, hey, we could do a lot more with 1.5. But for now, we have been very understanding in keeping it keeping it within the municipal appropriation requirement. I brought Kylie in today so that she could also explain some of the partnerships and all of the good work that she's been doing with the school and other community groups. And also, standing here as I speak, the stresses from inflation also affects us. we have the added stress of dealing with publishers, especially the e-book publishers who think that they can do anything they want and get away with it. We do pay 3 times for the same e-book that a citizen can buy. And even with that, we have restricted licenses. So now we have doubled our budget to buy those books. But even with that, the average wait list is 6 months. If we were to suffer any cuts, I can't even begin to estimate what it would take for people to wait, because it will be with also the refusal of other libraries to serve us. The reason they do that is that they do not want governments or other municipalities to cut their libraries willy-nilly and then move the burden on other communities. So if we even, let's say we did not cut the book budget, or we did not cut the hours open, and then we were qualified now to apply for a waiver. It is a tremendous undertaking. Jamie will have to explain, complete with documentation, the reason why the municipality wasn't able to meet the municipal appropriation requirement. The town financial officer will be required to give certified documents of all of the town budget, including the schools, so that the state could decide for itself whether the library had been disproportionately cut. And even if we were granted the waiver, then we need to give a detailed plan on how we need to restore the library. I don't think that for the amount of money that we ask, that kind of effort is worth. I mean, for the amount of money, it will cost us more to put all those documents and to work with that. The board of library directors, the director, everybody involved would have to participate in this exercise to convince the state and to show up in person to justify the reasons. So thank you. I don't want to take any more of your time, because she's got a good presentation about the great work that she does.
Okay. I just want to make it clear, I'm not in this for the money. This town and the community. So yeah, we're just going to speak really quickly to the relationships that we fostered with the schools over the last 7.5 years that we've been here. So we've built some really cool relationships and done some really cool stuff. So I'll just jump into the elementary level. We have hosted field trips and tours in the library, but we actually have an upcoming 3rd grade field trip with Oak Street on the 17th of this month. We facilitated book tasting events and book talks both at the library and also on site with the school. So we've done that at Davis Thayer, or actually Davis Thayer came to us. For years and years, we had all 6th grades come through in one day for a field trip with specialized book tastings for each grade, which was really fun. We've brought those book tastings to Parmenter, Kennedy, Oak Street. We go in for read-alouds, book talks, family open house nights. We highlight our collection in our calendars. We do library card drives. This past January, we hosted a literacy night in partnership with the public schools. And we were so lucky to have a literacy specialist from Kennedy come, Mrs. Jacobs, and also 2 teachers as well, and Frankie and Officer Gove, so thank you to them. We're really grateful for that. And so the educators who came that night, they brought resources, tools, tips, and tricks, and we had curated selections of read-aloud favorites. So that was actually on site at the library. We're also currently finalizing dates for what I call our summer reading hype tour, and we are going to go into as many schools as will let us in and talk about our free summer reading program and kind of helping prevent the summer slide, which is a huge issue. Which you all know about, yeah, exactly. So yeah, and talking about our jam-packed calendar and all the fun stuff. At the middle school level, we launched our BLAST program, which is bringing libraries and students together at Horace Mann in 2018. We've since expanded to all 3 middle schools. And this past year, due to staffing changes at the library, we've been unable to maintain the weekly visits that we enjoyed for the past several years. So we had to scale it back to once a month at all 3 middle schools. Just in terms of the need for staff in the building. And it was really hard. It's been really hard to get out. But we do go every single month during the designated flex period for all 3 middle schools. So I will be at Remington on Monday morning, bright and early, and it's going to be great. And so what Blast is effectively like a mobile library service. So, our book budget is a little more robust than what the schools are able to provide. So we can get new buzzworthy titles that the kids are excited about and get them jazzed about a culture of reading. And we've been really grateful to all of the literacy specialists at all 3 middle schools who have supported this effort. So also, this Saturday, I did bring a flyer. We're bringing Jarek Karkoshka to the library. This is funded by the Cultural Council and was supported by efforts from all 3 middle school literacy specialists and our amazing staff in the youth services department. He wrote some amazing graphic novels. He did the Jedi Academy, Lunch Lady, and he wrote a really wonderful memoir. He grew up in Worcester, actually. So if you want to come see him, that's at 1 o'clock this Saturday. And so that was a huge collaboration with the middle school literacy specialists. Also at ECDC for the past 2 years, I've been going every single week, cycling through 2 classrooms every week, touching on on 8 classrooms over the course of a month, doing story times. That was weekly. We had to scale that back again this year due to staffing changes at the library, so we've been trying to build back to monthly. I was just there last week. I did 7 concurrent story times and caught 11 classrooms in that time, and it was really great to see the kids again, and the teachers all remembered the song, so that was really wonderful. At the high school level, we have enjoyed a really wonderful relationship with the professional librarian who was on staff back in 2017 all the way through 2019. She is no longer there, but we did some really cool stuff. We had a multi-generational book club with the Senior Center. We had some virtual author talks. We did a midterm stress relief event at the library. We did a Hamilton trivia night that, 80 teenagers in the library singing Hamilton. It was just magical. We've also been a host site for 2 high school seniors that are completing their senior projects at the library, one back in 2018 and one currently. So she's working on developing a read-alike list for popular titles to facilitate discoverability with the collection. So really cool stuff. And we are also a go-to site for volunteer hours. We get inundated and it's magical and it's wonderful. We've provided volunteer opportunities for hundreds of student volunteers over the years, helping with our big programs and events, implementing creative displays, and conceiving and executing their own ideas. So we have Teen Advisory Board next week, so if there are any teen volunteers in the audience, hope to see you next week. Yeah.
I'm sending my children.
Thank you.
Thank you, Callie.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Thank you. I think I see the fire chief back there. If he didn't want to speak, I don't know why he would have.
Mr. Chairman, Council, I'm going to sit down. I've been in DC all week trying to get some federal money. Walking the
How'd
streets.
you make out?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see how we make out. So. I'll be very brief. 4 points I wanted to make. One is this, I feel like I'm here to support the pledge. I think it's fair. I think that all of our departments throughout the whole town have our challenges. For us, as you know, it's our run counts are going up, and it's having that 3rd ambulance, which we're trying to put in at that peak time, is a big deal for us right now. It brings down the mutual aid numbers. It's going to give us that much quicker response times. These are going to be challenges going into the future. So, from my perspective as a department head here, I just think it makes sense. I think it's very fair. That's the way I look at that. Could we use that 3rd full-time ambulance now? Yes. We think at this particular point in time, it's just a fiscally responsible thing to do right now, especially with everything that's going on throughout the town. And we think we can work with that right now, and that'll buy us a couple of years. And as the numbers grow, they'll be getting to around 6,000. It's just going to grow. The need for that truck is going to grow to 24/7. That's how I see it in the future. The superintendent's facilities plan, I didn't get a chance to really look at it, but I don't think, quite frankly, I need to look at it. I have tremendous respect for the superintendent, for Mike D'Angelo. I just feel like leaders, department heads ought to do their job. They're subject matter experts, and I think that's what we're here for. I felt in 5 years I've been here, I felt like he's trusted me. I feel like you've trusted me. Firemen, I can't get 100% of the firemen to trust me. I probably won't get 100%. But
I can understand that.
Absolutely, and as well as the public, they put trust in me to make sure that we're adequate to respond for emergencies in the town. So I just think my definition of a leader is, as a department head, is let me make the decisions with the group, with the team, with all the group. You know, no one person makes any decision for a group. His team, with the school department, all of us on the town side, we have people that help us make these decisions. let us do it, and if it doesn't work out, I'm accountable. That's how I feel about leadership in these departments. If it doesn't pass, we're not going to properly, from the fire department's perspective, we're not going to properly keep up with the needs of the community. And I'm talking about the third ambulance specifically, also the ladder truck that's not manned. Just so everybody knows, that ladder truck at headquarters, when that ambulance is out, that truck does not go out the door. So that's what the other advantage of this truck's going to do for us. So I do think that it's very important. There will be repercussions from a public safety perspective if it doesn't pass. And lastly, last point I'll make is about the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of discussions here. The school committee, as well as your folks, have had a lot of serious discussions last month, at that matter. I just want to let you know from the fire departments for the last 3 weeks, we've had a senior project going with the school department. We've had 8 seniors, had a great 2 weeks. They've been doing a lot of stuff out in the field. SAFE program, our SAFE program members are out there in the schools doing their job with them. We have the superintendent with his guidance departments working with us to try to help us recruit firefighters in the field, so we're having a collaboration with them. We're working good with them. We're going to Remington Middle next May 7th to meet with the civics and government students. We're going to meet with them. And last Friday, I had the pleasure of taking a second grader to Pella in the fire truck on his birthday with his parents. So I bring that up because I just want everyone, I think it's important to know that there's tough discussions in these chambers, financial discussions, but in the field, I feel like from the fire department's perspective, we haven't had a better bond with the school department. And I think, and as far as the town side, all of us departments work hand in hand. So even though there's tough decisions to make, we get it, that's the business. I advocate for the fire department, he advocates for the school department, we all advocate for our own departments. But day to day, we all work great, and that's why the place runs so well. So I thought it was important to make that up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Brutus, did you,
It's a little short. I think my voice still carries though. I appreciate, thanks Steve. I appreciate the time we talked, and obviously I've watched a lot of meetings between you and the school committee and everything fall in town, and they are tough subjects. I don't have to repeat what everybody else says, school redistricting overrides. I mean, it's tough. One thing I just want to kind of put out there with like the public works and in our relationship. I mean, as we talked about before, the public works budget I'm very different than most of the other budgets in town. My other peers out here, I have the second largest budget in town. With that said, it's about $25 million. But the water enterprise, sewer enterprise, and stuff like that does not compete, obviously, with this money. But of that, mine's only 35% salary and 65% expenses, which is always discretionary. This year's budget at 525, we cut money last year from my budget. Met different things, whether from the school side, the town side. We already done that. Mm-hmm. So this year I was presented a budget, and for next year, and you know what? I asked for a level fund budget. It's already cut $300,000. Okay, $150,000 road maintenance, $20,000 sidewalk, $30,000 tree removal, $60,000 consulting fees, $30,000 which goes towards school maintenance, and then a bunch of other little stuff. But I've already been cut. I'm not even at that level already, before override, no override, or whatever happens. And as far as the school goes, it's been brought up, and I just want to point out to you that of my $6 million budget, about $850,000, $900,000 I can count goes directly to the schools, okay? Which about 18% of my budget actually goes for schools, because I take care of all the facilities outside the parking lots and everything else. I'm sure we can talk inflation, everything else. Everything I have to buy, what's the number? 10%, 8%, 14% over the last year. But field maintenance, the mowing, the fertilizer, the seed, the aeration, the insect control, it's all gone up. Maintenance around school buildings, mowing, trimming, mulching. Those turf fields that we spend millions of dollars on, they're gonna be maintained. We gotta loosen up that crumb rubber. We gotta make them safe to play. Okay, that all costs money. They're not just line painting. I'm not just talking about the parking lots, the crosswalks. You know how many lines we paint for sporting events?
I mean, we paint a lot of lines. I mean, people take this stuff for granted, but it costs money. Parking lots, like I said, sidewalk maintenance, we have to, all the roads that people complain about, well, we get potholes in parking lots. We gotta go take care of those. So all that, the basin repairs. And then my favorite is the trash pickup. We pick up a lot of trash. There's a lot of barrels out there. Every sporting event, we pick it up, we recycle it. That's all labor. It's all cost that needs to be done. It's, the override goes through, it doesn't go through. As it was said by the chief, we gotta react, we gotta do its part doing business. I will say that, going forward, whatever happens, cuts to the public works are getting to the point, it's like, devastating. The first thing that's gonna happen, as you all know, and it already has, is you cut back on the roads, okay? Because there's money in there, because we do it. But that's where the council, through the years, we put money in there, and you see but it's all preventive maintenance, which usually comes out of the operating budgets. That's the, the crack seal, the chip seal that, people don't like. But that extends the life of our roads, okay? If we don't have that money, we don't pay for it now, we're gonna pay for it later. Think of your furnace. You blow off a couple of years and not doing the maintenance on it, the thing fails. So instead of spending $100 on the annual maintenance, you're spending $6,000. That's what happens. I think I've expressed to you, a road that have to complete with Barron Road. We finally got money for that, okay? $1.3 million through that one section. Drive up there. $1.3 million. That's that one section of road. We got like 250 of them, okay? Other things that, under the highway side, like I said, line painting, crosswalks, gonna have to, guardrails. You know how many guardrails we have in town? You know how many guardrails get hit, knocked over, get old? We fix them all. Actually, Chief's pretty good about, we call it we do have a program we can track them down, but we get a lot of those. And then signs. You know how many signs are out there? That's one thing I get called about. We need another sign. We got signs everywhere, just maintaining those signs. That's one thing that we do in-house. We're one of the few communities that still do in-house because we can save money, we've done it, and it's a great program, but that's gonna go by the wayside. And then just generally speaking, you all seen the reports before, asset management plan, we're great about doing that here. We got $35 million in the hole just to maintain what we have. And I showed you last time I talked, we haven't really kept up with it. Technically, our roads have been going down slightly. They have improved, it wasn't as bad as it was, I guess I'm trying to say, but they're still going down. It's $35 million backlog. The other thing we need to consider, what's gonna happen, I just bring these up so people understand, because we get the calls all the time, mowing. We mow a lot of grass, lots of grass. And it's not just cutting grass. It's gotta be just right, the right height for the soccer team, okay, when the residents come out. Or, it wants to be a little different for the baseball team, okay, and all that maintenance. When, baseball fields, what we do to baseball fields, if we can't take care of them, you remember the old days with the lip? You ever seen a lip on our fields anymore? No, go to other communities, they have them, okay? Safety for kids. This is stuff that we do. We have to look at trash, because like I said, it's a big deal. Do we try to do a carry-in, carry-out policy, as a lot of communities do? Just get rid of all the barrels. Hey, you bring your water bottle in, you bring it out. Does everybody really think everybody's gonna do that? No. Okay, they're not. They're, 90% of the people will, other folks won't. So you're gonna have to clean that up and, send people out there. And you folks are gonna call, everybody else is gonna call. Get the trash cleaned up. Next thing is like closing parks and fields. I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna close them and let them go out, but I can't guarantee that we're gonna be able to mow them and cut them all the time and up to the standards that everybody wants. Fence repairs. You know how much fencing we have? You ever think how much money I spent on fencing? Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been here. The fence gets, broken. Fence gets hit. It wears out. It changes over time. People throw balls against the fence. That's Brian. Does that ever happen? So we have to deal with that. Then the other thing is like spring and fall cleanup. I mean, we got to clean all this stuff. It affects athletics. It affects the rec program. If we can't get the fields clean, the parks clean, ready to play, it's going to affect things, long thing down the road. Other things we have to look at. Staffing reductions, obviously at all levels. Equipment maintenance. When I talk equipment, I'm not just talking the lawnmowers, I'm talking all the big trucks. We take care of everything in town. Everything goes up, all the costs. We have to make decisions of what's going to be fixed, what's not going to be fixed. Our tree removal and pruning program. How many get calls about trees? Raise your hand, don't be afraid. Because you'll call me about it. We've already started to reduce our tree pruning program. It's going to be, our tree pruning program or removal could be like, the windstorm comes and it falls over, we clean it up. We can't do preventive maintenance. Because that's just what's going to happen. Roadside mowing. All that brush that grows in, you see that tractor out there, you get all mad because you can't drive around it. But, that's stuff that we do, and it costs money. Production of hours at the recycling center. That's general fund stuff. We work so hard. I know, Brian, you're a big part of that, expanding the hours and doing the Sundays, and the folks love it. But if we can't do that, we got to make choices. The dog park. It's, I don't know. That's a maintenance issue. Where the choices coming from? Community garden? All these little things that we do, that, Public Works touches, and but they're expenses that come out. Holiday decorations, okay? Our downtown looks phenomenal. I know you get it. Yep. I get it from other communities. They drive through here. It's absolutely beautiful, right? And that's been years. We've slowly worked on it, little allocations of money through the years. It's amazing. It's magical. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is. And it's really a pride of town. But when it comes to the day, do we have a DPW worker, police, fire, or teacher, to keep the lights on? I don't know. But these are decisions that, the folks got to make. And then the other one, which has happened, towns turn off their street lights. It's happened. They turn off all their lights because they can't afford it. What's the priority? And that's the thing we have to go through. So finally, I will say, my wife is an educator. She's a teacher. And one of the words that I'll say I've mocked different times with her, and I think maybe you, the word collaboration. That is my favorite educator word. They love to collaborate with everything. Every time you guys make a presentation, you have to use it, I swear to God.
Yeah.
Collaboration.
It's the first thing I type on the slide.
Collaborate, and we work together.
Control F, did I use it?
But I got to tell you, I was thinking about it. This is an example of collaboration. I can tell you, my department collaborates tremendously with the school department, and as all these departments do. And I hope that we can keep the collaboration going between the town and the school that we have done in the past. And obviously, I got to pledge the 60-40 because I just don't know what's going to happen. That's just the best for my department. I think it's best for the town. I think it's best for the school. So, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Chief, TJ.
Sir.
You got it, buddy.
You guys have-
I'm not as tired as these two, but I'm tired.
Councilor DeLarco says he's got a lot of paper in front of him.
Oh, yeah. When you want to look good, that's what you do. All right, yeah, I'm going to be brief as I can, and I'm not trying to hold everything up, but first and foremost, I want to congratulate and give kudos to Superintendent Jagier, Lucas, and his professional staff at the school for what they were able to do with the company to come up with their facilities plan. I know it's not easy to say it's time to rip the Band-Aid off with everything else that's going on, so I really give them credit for that. I think Lucas did it. I took away from last Wednesday at the high school. It was one of the last comments that was made at the night as it was wrapping up. And Lucas had mentioned, we're not going to override our way out of this issue, out of this economic issue that we're dealing with funding and so forth. And you're not going to be able to do it by doing draconian cuts or through the facilities plan alone. It's going to have to be a combination of the two. If you're going to do something that's going to make and sustain stability with the whole town budget for a long period of time, hopefully longer than the 5 years and et cetera. So I'm 100% behind it. I think it's great what they came up with. As far as the pledge, I think you have to, the 60-40 split or something similar has to remain. You have to give both Lucas and the TA and yourselves some wiggle room on what you don't know is coming. And you're going to see more than, we have not seen inflation be 2.5% on taxes, along with the fees and what we're getting from the state. Those are your three pots of money that come in. It's one pot of money. And 2.5% each year has not been sustainable. This town has had a deficit, a structural deficit, for as long as I've worked for the town for 28 years. I've been here since 1992. There were 3 studies done, et cetera. We need an override. You know, there needs to be an override to get us out of this cycle. But as far as, you know, there's 18 to 22 million worth of funding in the operations side of the town's budget that directly impacts the schools, and it's gonna go up more than 2.5%. You need to be able to have some wiggle room, and I think you need that money as part of that, you know, the pledge, the 60-40 split, to be able to tackle those problems as they come, as well as all the other things that the town administrator and Lucas alluded to that were up there. As far as the Parmenta school closing and everything else, I'm not a social media person other than what we put out from my own department, social media. I do not participate in social media personally, but my wife does, and I've heard a lot of other things. There's been a lot of misconception that there was maybe some kind of quid pro quo or this for that related to, you know, maybe the town council and the school committee and the school administration, the town administration, that if we go for an override, you gotta close the Parmenta school. And I just wanna make sure that is 100% not the case. I've never even spoken to anyone from the school department or from the school administration other than yesterday related to this whole, you know, thing about the Parmenta closing as it's been put in the pledge. There have been 3 studies, 2 of which occurred several years ago, in which they talked about closing 3 schools. And eventually Davis there was closed, and the 2 other schools remained open and so forth. So everybody knew that this day was coming. Everybody should have known 2 years ago that without stimulus funding from the federal government that we would have already had to tackle this issue that we're tackling now. So it was coming, and they were gonna have to probably close some schools to be able to do exactly what Lucas had said. An override and the facilities plan together will hopefully get us out of this. So there's been discussions about it there, or not official, but there's been some things out there, even, you know, I think even people brought it up when we were talking about the use of Davis there as a possible location, and then decided we did. People mentioned the Parmenta facility. So this is not a new thing that has been discussed. And by the way, my 2 kids went to the Parmenta school. A lot of fond memories of the Parmenta school. But as Mr. Nunning and others have said before, when you take the emotions out of the whole thing, it's really about the funding and where we're gonna get the money and how we're gonna move forward in the town. As far as the police department, for the last 8 years, we have worked extremely hard to get us to where we are today. It took us 8 years to basically do that. It took a lot of hard work. It took a lot of thinking outside the box. It took a lot of funding and listen. You know, you listen to what we had to say and to the employees that work for me. You know, what we needed to be able to succeed. You know, the call for service volume is going through the roof. It's still happening now. And we were at a place where we just did not have enough police officers to fund and put out on the street the patrol division that we needed. And we were basically starting to order people to work on a regular basis. And now that is now not happening any longer, thankfully. So people are not getting ordered. Morale is high because they don't have to, you know, when I mean ordered, I mean you have no choice. This is not a democracy. You know, we are a basically paramilitary organization, and we have to put the people on the street to protect the public to a certain degree, and you get ordered to work. That is now gone. But if the override doesn't pass, or we don't do the school closing and redistricting, or the combination of the 2, then eventually it is gonna catch up on the municipal side as well. And we're gonna end up seeing cuts, and we're gonna go backwards. And as it's been stated before, once you go backwards, it takes twice as long to come forward. And in the year 2000, we were budgeted for 54 police officers. We had 50 at the time. And then, once the recessions hit, we went all the way down to 38. It took us an awful long time just to get back to 46. And it wasn't until 2022 that we actually fielded a police department with 54 sworn personnel. That's 22 years later. We have a great relationship working with the schools. I've got 4 community service officers and Sergeant Danny Smith, Patrolman Paul Garino, Patrolman David Gove, and Patrolman Amanda Ayer. They are community service officers, but they also act as the school resource officers, and 75% of everything they do each day, every week, every year is dedicated to the schools. They are in the schools all the time. They're with the 2 comfort dogs that everybody loved, being, you know, Ben and Frankie, you know, et cetera. So, I mean, they're there. The clinicians are gonna be working with the schools. They're working with the crisis intervention team, you know, et cetera. So, I'm not gonna tell you, but if things don't go well and we have to start cutting things, I can't cut from the patrol force. I'm just not gonna be able to do it. I can't cut from the detective unit because they do major case investigations, which are increasing just like the regular mundane stuff that we work with. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen, but I've gotta keep the patrol force at 34 patrol officers. So we would be affected heavily, because, you know, we wouldn't be able to go back to what we were doing before. So I like the word collaboration as well, Brutus. I think it's great. I think, you know, this is good in what's going on, and what we've been able to do. And, yeah, thank you for the just the opportunity to, you know, speak to you tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Councilors, questions or comments? Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, thank you. This has been quite an impressive set of presentations to get us here, and so, you know, just major kudos to everyone, including, once again, I thought just a terrific presentation from our town administrator and superintendent. What's been laid out, what I've heard today, is a no-brainer. You'll hear me talk a lot about, you know, you can't have low taxes, low density, and still have high-quality services. I'll leave the density piece aside today. We can't have low taxes and expect a high quality of services. We've been able to do so far. That's why people come to Franklin. Is we have incredibly low tax rate for the quality of service that we offer. Unfortunately, has been laid out over the past years, but certainly over the past few months, the budget as it stands comes up short. We cannot maintain level services. Level services. The services that we offer today cannot be offered next year or any year moving forward with the amount of money that we have. You heard from your department heads. I, and I'm sure my colleagues and future colleagues, sure as heck won't put all of that budget shortfall on the backs of our children. Every place, every service is going to feel this if we continue to fall short in contributing the amount of money that we need to fund our services. This is a no-brainer. What I haven't heard, after all of this has been laid out, what I haven't heard is any ability to point to any major place where we forgot to look under that sheet and there's some opportunity for some major savings. The most we've heard of in all the comments is whether we're overpaying a single person a few grand. That's not going to affect or come close to meeting the services that we need. We now have an agreement that puts all our major concerns to bed, right? Have the schools done everything in their power? Are they minimizing their expenses? Are there still school closures? We have an agreement that they're moving forward on shoring up their budget. We have an agreement. Are the schools committed to sustainably financing themselves within their means? We have an agreement in place. Are all of these funds just going to be going to the schools, or are we making sure that all of our services are at the point? We have this agreement in place. This is a no-brainer. What's been laid out in front of us is an opportunity to provide level services, the services that we all enjoy, at the new tax rate of, according to the DOER calculator, $12,640. That leaves us at a lower property tax rate than Attleboro, Foxborough, Bellingham, Ashland, Milford, Uxbridge, Hudson, Millis, Medway, Hopkinton, Mansfield, Holliston, Norfolk. All of these towns will still be paying lower taxes lower property tax rate then, and maintaining the quality of services that we currently enjoy. This is a no-brainer. I'm really calling on all town leaders of all sorts, my colleagues, the school committee, that it is time that we ensure that our neighbors understand the impacts of this decision, and we give them the opportunity to make that decision. Make no mistake, a no vote will lead to worsening services, lowering of property values, increased fees, and increased division in the town. I just want to say that I am prepared not only to support giving residents the choice tonight and doing so at a time that doesn't further put us in the hole, not only to give the residents that choice, but to strongly support the override for the betterment of the town that I love. Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. Any, Councilor Hamblin?
I'll go next, I guess, after Kobe. Thank you, Councilor Frangelo. I think Councilor Frangelo, I repeat whatever he's just said, okay? I'm not gonna do it, but I agree with him completely. I just wanted to say a couple other things. Jamie, your slides are not boring when they give people the answers to the questions that they've asked. I think you've answered every question. I've asked you multiple questions that you answered of mine as well. I thank you for that. Lucas, the facilities plan last night, I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was really, talk about being bold, yeah. Right? This is what we're doing here. We don't want to leave these things that we have to pay for the next generation to have to pay for it. Like, we have to do it. We are the ones that have to make the choice. To my chair, I want to thank you for having all of the department heads here. That was very powerful. I hope everyone heard what they said, that we all collaborate, right? It's not us versus them. We have to support each other. And without any other part, we just don't work right, right? It's like maybe a spoke out of a bicycle wheel, right? It kind of it limps along, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that for the next generation or the next generation after that. So I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you for all your emails and letters. I know there are a lot of them. We are reading through them all. And I'd like to thank the school committee for their meeting last night. It is exciting and scary and to be in this position right now. But I think we have to do something tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree that we need the money and we should pay it, but that 552, just so people know out there, so they know what they're voting on, that does not include Tri-County, right? Not the fee on Tri-County.
The Tri-County will hit in a few years.
It's gonna hit though.
Right. Some of it's in there this year already, but the tax will go up in sunset. Yeah.
And the interceptors? We're not.
The interceptor is totally separate.
But that's a fee.
But it's a 10% hike in sewer rates.
Yeah. Right. And, you know, I know we need a police station. I did take a tour. The female locker room is no bigger than that room there.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely need one. So we're gonna have to come back to the citizens for a debt exclusion on that too. So we might have a low tax rate, but we also, it's fee-Massachusetts now, not tax-Massachusetts, unfortunately. But we need them all. I'm not saying we don't need them all. We do need them all. But I just wanna make sure that people know it's just not gonna be the 552, because everybody's gonna get hit with everything else. And that's fine. I mean, we need all that stuff to keep what we have now. And I agree with Colby on that 100%. We need to keep service the way it is. On another note, the school committee meeting last night, I do not like being bullied. I do not like being called names. So if they want to call names, if they want to bully me, don't hide behind a mic, come up to me and say it to me. That's all I'm saying. They said it to my colleagues too. So if you want to say something, say it to me. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Plagley?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that has been said here. I'm certainly in favor of an override. I had just a question that how we, within a couple of weeks, changed from 10 million down to 6.8. You know, and that's been asked to me by people, you know, they're saying, all of a sudden, if we wait another 2 weeks, maybe they'll come down a little bit more. I said, I don't think so. But those are the things that are being said out there. I don't expect an answer for that right now. I wish that we had had this vote tonight after the budget hearings. You know, that would have been so much better. Let's do the FinCom, let's do the town council, then get into all of this. I think that would have answered a lot of questions for people also, and also for the school, you know? What if this pledge doesn't get signed by the FinCom and the school department? Because last night they said they were not in favor of this at all. That bothers me.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, you know, I mean, I think in all due respect to the community, I mean, we worked on this to try to find a way to unify everybody. And it worked for a lot of other communities, and Amy and Mark and I thought it was a good tool that's been effective. And in working with the school department, I think they agree. I know there's a sticking point, but at the end of the day, you know, the school department certainly has their own autonomy. Obviously, we know they have their own legal authority, as Mr. Chairman and all of you say every year. We just give them the number and they decide how to spend it. So for any parents out there, go to this guy over here on how to spend it. But in all seriousness, you are the legislative body for the community. The town council oversees the budget for all town departments and services, including the school department. You don't choose how to spend their money, but you choose what to appropriate. And I personally feel passionate that if the community looks towards a June 11th date, that's 40 days away. You know, the community has a lot of debate, a lot of discussion to have. It's a very short time frame. But in that short time frame, one thing you want to take off the table from that debate is who's going to spend the money, where's it going to go, how's it going to go, what's going to happen. Well, I answered a lot of that tonight within what I can do, and same thing with the school business administrator. We're costing this out as far as we can go, but I think as you heard, we need some sort of flexibility. There's no legal repercussion, Councilor Pellegrini, to not doing it, but I can almost guarantee you that you will create more confusion about where's the money going to go, how's it going to go, without an agreement. And I do believe strongly that the town council has to approve it to set the tone for the community in this debate moving forward.
I think perhaps what I would have liked, and again, I say personally, but talking to so many people, that we had a purpose on the question. I know we're not talking different individual
No, but if you've got a general question, go ahead. Because I think once we get through all of these questions and so forth, the three pieces of legislation will go right through. So I know we have one question on the motion on the floor right now, but go ahead and ask your question.
We have one motion on the floor to do just this?
Just the first resolution.
Just the first one.
Well,
Yeah.
I can certainly stay with that right now.
Okay.
I was, as far as for the pledge, well, it goes along with what the question is, too. I honestly feel that if someone goes into the voting booth, we don't have booths now, but, goes into there, and they read this question, it doesn't explain exactly what's going on, because this is not going to be part of, like in the state, when they put, and someone mentioned that, they put an explanation. There's not going to be an explanation. So we're looking at the question as, doesn't say school, and it doesn't say facilities. It just says operating expenses.
Yeah.
People are not gonna understand that. I really don't think so.
Jamie, go
I
ahead.
would just say, why wouldn't we do what the state does? I mean, to Mr. Falvey's point earlier, I mean,
Was he the
probably
one-
the first thing we'll work on tomorrow, if a ballot question were, again, approved tonight, I think one of the first things, and I think Amy would agree and Mark would as well, one of the first things we work on in the next couple of days is, what does this mean, right? They put out a card, depending on what it is, or a little pamphlet, right? And explains what a yes vote is and what a no vote is.
There you
And
go.
I don't think, I think we would do that clearly. I think you gotta also remember, if you choose to put the 6-8 in the ballot question now, okay, then that does two things. One, it does tell people the 6-3 for the schools and the 500 for facilities, but then you automatically, all of that money goes into the general fund, and there is no 60-40 split or any other framework. So that leaves FY26 open to the Wild West. Then it's just a free, you can spend it anywhere you want as a community, and I particularly believe that a lot of voters, and you heard from some, I think, we'll hear from some a little bit later, but I firmly believe that giving people a little more certainty, is helpful to them. And we would certainly do something like you're talking about, Councilor Pellegrini, of, what does a yes vote mean, what does a no vote
Yeah.
mean?
Well, I think that's the only way that's going to help the
Absolutely.
voters in Franklin, to be able to read and see something like that. I honestly do.
Yep, it'd be great, absolutely.
Okay.
Luke-
And
oh, I'm
my only
sorry.
concern now is with the ballot date. June 11th is so soon. And I can't understand why we have to really rush into this the way that we're doing it. I know what you said about teachers and getting pink slips and all of that, but to rush into this, and already we have made changes within a couple of weeks, it's kind of hard to take. So I've got to listen to the rest of my
Sure.
councilors and see what they have
Go
to
ahead,
say.
Lucas.
Through you, well, I'm actually not on
Yeah,
it. Through
yeah.
me, I'll answer the question. So, and I appreciate you front-loading the idea about getting this approved and having this voted on June 11th. It does allow us to have the money for the fiscal year. We've talked about in all of our presentations, June 15th is a critical date in our cycle for education, where that's the date you have to lay off your staff. We projected a model out that showed a couple of different scenarios, and we've heard from other departments around when you cut, it's so much harder to bring anything back. I recognize the timing and the window is short, but I fully implore you, and I support the idea of having this done in June in a short time window. Much like the facilities conversations, I feel like this has been going on for many years as well. So I know it's almost the same response I had to some folks that were worried about or upset about some of the changes that were being recommended around facilities. It's these conversations have been happening. And what I would just say to you is having it on June 11th not only avoids that, but allows us to set the trajectory and get our systems back to where we feel that they need to be. And that's really a critical date. So recognizing it's a short time frame from now, there's a lot of work to do, if this does get approved. But I just would say to you that to me, it's critical as the leader of the school system in order to really set us and do this. The timing is critical to do that.
Well, I think it's critical for the voters too. And I just want to preface my vote later on by saying, if I vote no on the ballot date, that doesn't mean I don't want to have the election go to the voters, because I think they're the ones that deserve to make the decision. Okay. Just not on that date.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a great night. And thank you to everybody that not only spoke and made a presentation, but everybody that called, met me for coffee, sent me a text, sent me an email. It's been a lot, but I have been trying to hear from all sides. And it's very difficult when you have children in the school system and you go and you see these wonderful concerts and you see these wonderful sporting events, and then you think to yourself, a lot of this could be taken away. It's very humbling to sit there in those audiences and in those stands and say to yourself, okay, What am I willing to take away from my kids because of money? But I also recognize the other side. I have retired parents. They're on fixed incomes. We made the decision as a family that they could no longer stay in our family home and downsized, right? That's what families have to do. And I know those are tough discussions, folks. I know they are. But that's how this whole system works, right? Like when we sit with our parents and say, you no longer need the big house that we've moved out of. We need to talk about what's next as a family. And I think somewhere along the line, some of those discussions aren't happening because I'm hearing from an awful lot of people that they want to like die in their home that they've lived in forever. And I don't know that that is necessarily possible because taxes and expenses just keep going up. And it's very difficult for us to do what we need to do for the town without really critically looking at that. The June 15th contract deadline for pink slips is 100% at the forefront of my mind when I think about why we need June 11th. Because I do not want to see one single teacher pink slip, let alone 100 to 150. And then maybe kind of sort of some other vote happens, some money happens, some state money happens. We're begging to get people back. That is the volatile stage that we heard about last week that we have to get out of. We have to move out of volatility and toward stability. If we're ever going to get teachers and administrators to trust us and to stay in Franklin and to want to be here, there is any community surrounding us that would take our teachers in a heartbeat. They'd take our cops, they'd take our firemen, they'd take our DPW workers because there's a shortage of these people everywhere. But we're in this sort of provincial New England place, right? Everybody wants the best. We're not, this isn't Alabama where we've got a county system and everything's sort of shared. Like we have municipalities that we want the best schools, we want the best fire, we want the best police, and we don't care about everybody else, right? That's New England, that's what we are. But then we don't want to pay, right? So those two things don't work in the same sentence, folks. If you want those phenomenal services, you want everyone to come to your town to, because you got great schools, because you got great sports fields, because you got the safest community in America. Well, those things cost money. And unfortunately, we have afforded a low tax rate for a very long time, and everybody's been afraid to make these hard decisions. I don't want to see Kennedy School close. My kids went to Kennedy. I have huge emotions to that school. It is literally in my neighborhood. And one of the reasons we picked my house was so we could walk down the street and bring the kids to school and they could bike in that neighborhood. But I also recognize that this isn't about just me. And this isn't about one building. That this is about deeper, harder conversations. So I do support the June 11th date because I feel like that would at least allow you some answers. Yeah. And if it doesn't go, goes the way no, you got to make tough decisions. If it goes, the community says yes, you're able to respond. And Lucas, to your point last week, you're actually able to plan. You're actually able to spend your summer doing strategic planning and programming and not just figuring out how do I get 120 people back and how do I work with HR to go through hundreds and hundreds of resumes. Like, talk about a crappy way to spend your summer, right? And a completely impossible way to prepare for the fall. But we heard at last week's presentation, athletics are on the table in this vote. Are people really, truly prepared to see Franklin not have high school athletics? I can't imagine a town anywhere in Massachusetts, especially a competitive sports town, where they're not going to have sports for their kids. So that would shift some sort of fee-based system. That's what was talked about last week, right? Well, okay, sports are already expensive, right? Busing's already expensive. All the arts, all those things that were talked about being cut are already expensive. So you're going to add even more to try to keep those, and we get even deeper into a discussion of the haves and the have-nots. And I don't like the way that sounds one bit. I think we're supposed to be about equity and inclusion to the best of our ability, right? We're supposed to be about, we got to provide for the future of the kids in our community because they're going to be the ones in these seats hopefully someday. Based on the comments online, I could 100% see why they may not want to be in these seats someday. Because the
Neither one of my children want to be a superintendent.
well, I can understand to some degree why I don't think my kids want to be a town councilor right now, because daddy's never home and he gets called a lot of names online. That is pretty unfair, quite honestly, but here we are, right? It's what we signed up for. So, you 100% have my support for the override to go to the community, for the date. The MOU, I gotta be honest, I didn't love the initial language of the 60-40 because I didn't fully understand it. I needed to hear a lot more tonight to be able to sort of wrap my head around it. I understand it now. I'm glad to hear that these talking points will be drafted into something that the voters will be able to see at the ballot box, so they'll understand a yes and a no, because I think that's critical, because the way the question's written, it doesn't get into all that, and that is really, really important. And I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to everybody. First, because this was a big thing, I'm glad the police department talked about the transparency, about the need for the police station has nothing to do with Parmenter closing. If anything, it will save us $5 million in land cost, which the schools could do a lot of money with. So, let's just, as Councilor Cormier-Ledger said, this pledge was great. It explains it to everybody. Everybody knows what this is going to do. But, guys, we have to stay the course. I mean, and I'm going to speak to the school committee quickly, because last night there was some things said about the municipal side that was honestly out of line. And we're trying to work together here, and there was no need for that. I almost changed my mind after this. I was going to vote no on everything, because I couldn't feel like I could count on everybody doing what's on this piece of paper. So after hearing tonight's meeting, I think we're going to come together here and just get this done. But here's the other thing. If we vote for the June 11th and not later on, we only have 5 weeks. 5 weeks. So we really got to get the information out there. And, you know, this is not a slam dunk. No one wants to hear that. This could still be a 55-45 vote either way. There's a lot of people out there. I know some people are in their bubbles. They only hear, oh, we're all voting for this. We're all voting for this. But that's not everybody.
No.
It isn't. It isn't. So please, let's stay the course. Let's get back on track and get what we need done for municipal, school, kids, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Sheridan.
Yeah, so,
Well done, brother.
2 words. I'm sold. So, all set. And thank you for the great presentation. And as far as a teacher, I can add in, when you lose young teachers, you spend 2 years training them. Yeah. And then you lose them. We laid off teachers in my school, and they were hired by the end of the week. So then you're starting fresh, 2 years behind. You spent 2 years training these teachers, then they end up someplace else. And beyond that, I'd like to thank everybody for being patient, and all the citizens who are here waiting to talk. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, great presentations, by the way. You know, as I sit here listening to these conversations and all my fellow councilors, first off, I want to echo Councilor Frangillo's points. I love his passion. He's right on the money. Everyone sitting at this table is right on the money. The way I look at this, and just to give an analogy, I bought my house here in Franklin in 1998. It is an 1878 Victorian farmhouse on School Street that me and my bride were very fortunate to buy here in Franklin. When I bought that house, I became the next steward responsible for maintaining that house. But my stewardship wasn't just to myself and to my family. It was to the previous families and owners who owned the house, who kept the house up, who made it look great, who really kept that style and in good shape for over 100 years. And the only way that house was kept in good shape was because the people who lived in it invested into it to try and keep it for what it's worth. And I am just as much as responsible as the previous owners from my house. And now I've reached, I'll give you an example. I have a fence in my backyard that's holding back the earth. And I've known it's been bowing now for almost 20 years. And it's slowly but surely bowing out. And I've looked at it and I've said to myself, you know, I really should fix that. But it's not on the top of my 10 list to fix. And suddenly, just recently, with all the rainstorms and stuff, Mother Nature's decided to change that story for me. She said, well, guess what? Now you have a choice. Either you fix it or it's going to fall. And if it falls, it's taking down the driveway, it's taking down the stairs, it's taking down your neighbor's yard, it's taking down all of the earth that surrounds it, and it's going to cost you 100 times more to fix if you don't fix it now. And the irony of the story, and Bobby can equate to this, being in construction myself, if I had done this 10 years ago, it wouldn't cost me what it's going to cost me today to fix it. Because just the price of lumber and just the price of materials to fix my wall is 10 times more expensive than if I had just simply fixed it 10 years ago. And this is the price that we're all paying for everything right now, across the board. What we're looking at here as far as our community is concerned is we have a choice to make. Are we going to make that investment today and continue so that we can pass on our community to the next generation so our community continues to be the great community that it is? Or are we just going to let it slide and eventually the wall's just going to break and we don't have a choice but to fix it, but it's ultimately going to cost us more? That's really the choice that we're at right now. Do we spend a little bit now to continue to make our future bright, or do we wait and eventually the wall falls and we have to put in even 100 times more into making it and keep it, not only that, but to put it all back together again? So I'm 100% in support of the 60-40, and I'm 100% in support of the override. Is the time short? Yes. But this isn't the first time we've been having this conversation. We had this conversation in 2010, back when I was sitting in this seat. And this is still continuing having this conversation. So now it's come to the point where we need to make a decision. Everybody needs to make a decision. I am just a taxpayer, no different than anyone else. I don't get paid to sit here. I don't. I am just as much a taxpayer as you. Is it going to hurt me?
You don't get paid?
No. Didn't you? Oh, I got an extra zero in my pay. But in all joking aside, we're now at the point where we have to make a decision. And she's kicking me saying stop. So I'm going to pass it on to my chairman. But folks, this in a sense, as I think Kobe put it so eloquently earlier, this is a no-brainer. So.
Are you going to hear from taxpayers that are in the audience?
Excuse me, sir? Yes, we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. I'll just take a couple of minutes. I think my fellow councilors have said everything so eloquently, and I understand Councilor Pellegri's concerns with the date, because early on, I was a November person. I really thought I thought this should happen in November. But again, we hear the word collaboration. So I sat and I asked the questions of the school department, of Lucas, of Dave Callahan, of Dave McNeil. Why do we have to do it in June? And they were able to convince me that that was in the best interest of the entire student population. And having been a school guy back in the 90s, I can tell you I truly do support the schools and their needs. And they were able to convince me that June is the right time. Is it short time? Yes, it is. But folks, this started back in 16 and 17. When we started talking, when the beginning of the One Franklin group started, what happened was COVID. COVID hit, and then all of a sudden, money started coming in, federal money started coming in, and how do you ever go to the public for an override when you got federal money coming in? Well, COVID ended, and we're right back to where we were then, which is just the discussions that we're having this evening. So it's not brand new. It just had a little hiatus through the COVID situation. So I know there's a lot of people that I'm sure want to say something. So I will go to the public now. I will go. Yes, sir. You came up early on. I will certainly call on take two. I understand. We're going to try and give everybody
Baseball game's over, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm going to try and give everybody a minute like we gave last Wednesday, school committee gave last night. If you need to finish your statement, I will allow you to finish your statement.
So just real quick, I think we sort of took, I think the most important thing for tonight, at least I thought going in, is the vote June or November.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the takeaway for me. I think we took our eye off the ball a little bit during the night, only because the numbers are, the numbers make sense, the numbers are great. We talked about who's for and against. But everything I heard tonight, I'm going to say but, everything we heard tonight supports a very rational and logical approach to November. We've heard so much confusion, not just in the memorandum from one town council. The TA just mentioned this is an extremely short turnaround time, right? We had a budget we've been working on since whatever it is, January. You guys are probably rolling up your sleeves in January. You probably worked on it before that. 14, 16 weeks, whatever it is, right? And 30, 35 people, whatever it is. It's very transparent on the website. We give flow charts and workflows and how many people worked on it. So what we're actually saying, which to me just doesn't click, right? Something's not right. When we're saying we had 16 weeks, 120 days to work on this, give or take a few, 30 to 35 people working on it. And then when it gets final approval, that final stamp from the town council on May 31st at the end of May, then we're just saying to the tax-paying residents, you got 10 days to figure it out. We've had an army putting it together, and we've had 16 weeks to put it together, but we're giving you 10 days to figure it out and then vote on day 11. And that just seems to me absurd on every level. Now, maybe I'm missing something, but I think that a very reasonable and objective approach would be, especially with everything that needs to be consumed, is to give people, both sides of the argument, ample time to argue for or against, okay? And have that November, like we expected, and November was never a surprise to anybody. June was, right? And have a vote, because there's two ways to do this. It's very simple to vote. The deliberation, the reasoning might be more.
Need to finish up, okay?
No vote, right? Moral courage, objective, impartial, gives both sides ample time. A no vote, a yes vote, right, does the bidding of select groups of people. It doesn't account for all of Franklin. So I just want to leave it on that and hope you do the right thing.
Thank you. Sir, you got up and asked, so please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer.
Just name and address, please.
I've heard a lot about you. My name is Austris Cruza at 375A Oak Street. You've even delivered oil to us.
I have.
And anyway, I am amazed that all of you work for zero, spending all of these hours listening to this gentleman here who made a beautiful presentation. The problem with it was he slid stuff through without presenting the entire information. We heard that they were going to use $2 million for salaries from the override. What are the salaries before? You know, it doesn't make any difference. But the numbers were skewed. And I find that very objectionable. Now, in 47 years that I've been here in the town, when I built my house, I've been paying taxes. This is the first meeting I've had to attend because, according to the Observer, we're talking raising my taxes from 9,500 to 13,000. I'm sorry, from 95,000, 9,500 to 13,000.
We got it.
That's a $3,000 increase. That's 33%. Did he think about that? No. Can I afford $3,500? The answer is no, because I'm strictly on Social Security, and that's it. So you're gonna put me out of business because I don't make enough money, just like you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, come forward. And if there's somebody else, we can line a couple of people up behind. Lucas, did you want to?
I just wanted to just speak to 2 points.
Just one
Just
moment.
Just real quick, I'll keep it quick because
Sure.
people want to speak. The
Yep.
$2.1 million, when you look at a staff, we employ over 1,000 employees. When you think about 4,700 students, 10 schools, that includes all other types of people who are transporting, doing everything around education. When you think about steps, lanes, degrees, all of those pieces to keep up with those cost contractual obligations, that's where that total comes from, just so people know as we move forward. The second piece is, I don't know, I heard the gentleman, and I would probably defer to you. You don't have the answer to this, Jamie, but that number, I'm a taxpayer too, actually.
Yeah.
Own a house in Franklin as well. I'm on the hook for everything I'm asking for, and it's certainly something that, when my children graduate, hopefully, that we can, where I'm invested in this community just as much as anybody else is, and want to see us have the resources and the services we provide. So I just wanted to clarify that, but I don't know that number increase that was quoted is accurate, and I would be afraid to put that out there without, and I know we're going to have a chance to have that verified, and people will be able to, but.
And I'm sure there's a lot of, estimates out there, and I've tried not to get into that dialogue because it's very important to have a vote, have a certainty, and then there will be an override calculator. Actually, I could spend all day on it because it's really fun, but that will be there for everybody to get to the specific number for their house.
Okay. Yes, sir.
McCarthy Oak Street. Okay, a couple of points I want to make is one, last week at the meeting, I heard somebody asking about why there's one tax rate for residential and commercial and everything. I want to caution on this. The city of Boston has two different tax rates, one for residential, one for commercial. Well, they're in the middle of what they're absolutely not referring to as a commercial real estate collapse in downtown Boston. They've got towers that have 30% vacancy rates. They're talking about trying to convert them into residences, which I'm not enough into construction. I don't know how difficult it is, but I've heard from people who are in the trades that it's not easy. So if the idea of trying to shift the burden from residential to commercial comes up, I would say tread carefully.
Thank you.
The other is, if you're trying to run this too fast like this, a lot of people are going to be suspicious. They're like, well, why can't it wait till November? It's been dragging, it's been dragging on for 7 years. And it has to be done in the next 5 weeks. That starts to set alarm bells off with people. I say just go for November. I'm not going to say right now whether or not it should be yes or no. Okay, but what I'm saying is present your case over the summer. In November, people will have all the information. They'll have what they need. I understand what the school department is saying, well, we need it done by midnight tonight. Well, maybe we don't. Maybe we should take a breather, give it time, and wait till November. And do it when you've had time to present the case.
Thank you.
It's me
Jane,
again.
it's you.
I have a little something I want to say, but I have a question. On the slide for number 4, number 1A, number 2, Does that say that you could potentially in 2030 be rebuilding new schools if the children's,
Numbers.
it's late and my mouth is tired. The children registering for school increases? Because the reason I'm asking is it seems kind of, if you think that's a potential that we would have to rebuild schools in 2030, which is 6 years away, it seems kind of not okay to be closing schools down now. We built these 2 schools because we didn't have enough room for the kids we already had, and now we're gonna close 2 to put them all into 2 big buildings, so in 6 years, we could potentially have to build another school.
Fantastic
David?
question. Again, we go back to the MSBA. When you close a school, there's usually about a 10-year window before you're allowed to actually apply for a new school. Also, I just want to point out the demographic study that the superintendent has put out continues to show a declining enrollment really through, I think, 2029. I just have to say, like, there's so much time in between now and 2029. I will admit, professionally and personally right now, I am skeptical, as people know, that those numbers are going to climb back up. But I don't really know. And I think one of the things I want to incorporate into the school building committee concept is really looking and charging that group with monitoring town demographics. Because people always say to me, they're like, oh, the town's 40,000 people, right? But actually, as we know, we lost population a couple of years in Franklin. So people see development all over the place. But those are all one-bedroom apartments. That's not really going to bring any new children. So Jane, you do raise a great question. None of us in this room could possibly answer. What I'm trying to suggest is by 2030, the town at least has to be in a position where there's at least some sort of knowledge of when a new school may or may not be on the block. And I would even estimate maybe 10 years plus from now.
So basically, that was just saying there's a potential.
There's a potential, right? But the numbers really need to go up, and the MSBA, as Mr. Chairman knows, are going to hold you to that. The MSBA formula is not an automatic. The MSBA also just announced several months ago that they're running out of money.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of what ifs. If I were sitting here today, I would not anticipate a new school until well after 2030. It'll be new people dealing with this question.
Can I just follow up too?
Let Lucas add to it, and then you have.
Not up yet.
I just think
I'm watching it.
the timeline for any type of building project, as you know, and many people in the room know, just think about Franklin High School. It was an operating building. The SOI went in, the statement of interest. There was a whole series of years. I think it took 7 years or 8 years before it was
Started in 2008, and we opened in 2015.
Right. So I think those things take time, and that's only because they accepted in year 7, where I know of other towns where it took year 10.
Yeah.
And we've been cautioned on that as well. So the sooner you start, you're
Right.
not starting an accordion, you're starting to build the pieces over time, and it's
Get
a much
yourself
more,
on the list.
it's also a bandwidth thing for people who are volunteering or being a part of that you're trying to be, it's another example of a commitment to this community, that we're trying to be proactive with what may be on the horizon, whether or not the decision's made to do anything, it's just a matter of trying to be thoughtful around that and planful. So that's
And the key is to just get on that MSBA list at some point.
Right.
Because
whenever it's appropriate, based on
whenever is appropriate. Yes, Jane,
Okay,
you
now
still
this
have
is-
the microphone.
Thank you, and this is just a statement. First off, I am not against the schools or our children or trying to help them fund it. What I am against is things that I'm seeing. Now, as of the day when I walked out my door today, I have spent 136 hours between the FY24, the FY25, the annual 2023, and the annual 2022 report. I have no dining room table, and there's papers everywhere. I've taken more notes in the last week and a half than I did my whole 4 years in high school. And for you, I understand your point with the school council for Jello, okay? I do. But to sit there and say, spending a little bit much on this salary, that salary isn't gonna make or break the budget, no, it probably isn't. But it's protocol. If you're asking us to trust everybody who's spending our money, it's not just 1 or 2 salaries. I haven't even hit the school department yet. And I can tell you at least 2 more salaries right now that are getting $14,000 raises for 2 employees. That is not right. But somebody else who's only making about 50,000, their raise is $1,000 a year. But the ones that are up over 100 are getting 14. This is okay. Teachers' salaries are moderate. I've already checked some of them just from 22 to 21. The teachers' salaries are not the ones that are in question. The people that are making under 70,000 in the town, on the town side, are not the ones in question. It's all the ones that are up over 90 to 100,000 that are getting these big raises, and I'm sorry, but it's not okay.
Thank you, Jane. Name and address, please.
Sure. Ken Ojuku, 73 South Street. Actually, first, I just wanted to say, you guys all do this for free. You know, I'm impressed. Thank you for your commitment to the town. So that's the first point.
Thank you.
Secondly, just to recap what we heard today, the superintendent and the town administrator, shared with us what they think is going to make sense. They actually provided a combined proposal for an override that actually is going to help our schools and our town. The fact that they're doing it together and they continue to collaborate is impressive, and it's really, I think, what we were looking for, what we were asking for to begin with. But then to add to that, we had the various department heads come up, and I think every single one voiced their support of an override, voiced the importance of actually doing this process and the risk that it poses if we don't do it. And then, and then on top of that, they talked about why it's important to not do it, and also talked about the need for us to that it's not just this. There's probably more. There's just redistricting. There are other things that need to be considered. Sorry, I just want to also point out the fact that it sounds like you've come to agreement, and explained the memo of understanding and everything you're trying to do. That's helpful for the community and helpful for the town. Now, the key questions that I've heard are, one, what the timing. Do we do this in June? Do we do this in November? I get the desire to get as much information as possible, but if we don't do it in June, the risk to the town, the risk to the schools is significant. I mean, 30 pink slips is, for our teachers, that's a lot. I mean, that's something you have to consider. And not to mention, you'd have to change, the transportation costs going up from $360 to over $1,100 per student. The increase in school fees in sports fees, or potentially the loss of sports, as you mentioned. As a former athlete, that scares me. That terrifies me.
Ken, you need to finish.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, to wrap up, the two questions are when to vote, and I think there's an answer there. The other part that's key here is how do we inform the people? That's going to be the next and most important, most critical thing that we do. I know, Jamie, you're going to be working on it to the extent others are. I think that's the most critical thing here. Just want to call that out.
Thank you, Ken. Please, name and address.
Hello, everybody. My name's Scott Gear. I'm at 529 Maple Street. Just wanted to say thanks for the opportunity. A lot of good information. I attended yesterday's school committee meeting. I attended tonight. And one question that there's a lot of there's two sides of the brain. There's a lot of emotion. I've got a kindergartner at Kennedy. I've got a kindergartner starting at Kennedy next year, and I'll have a kindergartner in about 5.5 years starting at to be determined, right? So there's a lot of impact with this decision that you all have. And with no disrespect at all, you hear kind of catchphrases like, this is a no-brainer. But for families, this is an incredibly important decision, right? Sounds like there's a lot of legacy Franklin folks on the council. I'm new to the town last 7 years, but you're probably in my shoes maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago with families. So this is extremely important. It sounds like it is definitely being rushed. I don't think anybody's pulling a fast one. I think we all understand the inflation aspects and the urgency to make sound fiscal decisions, but we're weighing that against family decisions too, right? So to bring me to my point, Mr. Helen made a comment about how I wish I had the document after having reviewed superintendent's recommended FY25 proposal. It's on the website, folks can find it, but Within that proposal, there's basically, this is current status, we're making cuts. Here's, if we get X amount of dollars towards the 25 budget, we're gonna be at a stabilization period, and then can we get to service level plus or thrive, which is like the best case scenario. So if we're looking at it like very practically, and we know we get the override, what's really tough, I think, as a voter, is if we say yes to the override, we heard today that FY25 brings us to service level plus. We go to 60-40 for the next remaining 4 years. What does that do to the school's budget? Does that put us in a position to be thriving for the future in years to come? Or are we back to this decision point again where we don't know if we have a strong budget, are we service level plus for years to come? I think as a parent, that's what we really want to understand more about. What does 60-40 mean for the budget beyond the next 5, 10 plus years?
Thank you, and I think,
Dr. Dutch is here, and he's prepared to speak to.
just identify yourself, Bob, so everybody.
Bob Dutch, School Business Administrator. So I just want to speak to the 60-40 and why, as the business manager, I support it, why I'm in favor of it. You've heard a lot from Jamie about percentages. Right now, we represent 53% of the appropriation of the town's budget, but there's another 18% that fits in that brings us to about a 68% of the total budget. And that kind of answers the earlier question about per pupil expenditure. It's not included in per pupil expenditure because it's not in our budget. Per pupil expenditure is only the things that the school district spends money on. Where it is included is net school spending. So when you look at the net school spending number, that includes what we spend money on plus all of the town's expenses towards the schools, including part of Jamie's salary, part of Chris's salary. All of that goes in, anything that goes into supporting the schools is part of net school spending. So let's go back to the 60-40. So right now, we receive, in the best year, 2.5%. We've rarely received more. This year, we received 4.2%, which is $3 million. At the $4 million that's going to be guaranteed for 5 years, that's 5%. We've never seen 5%. We've never even dreamed of 5%. So when you guarantee that number, that's projecting $4 million plus any other savings that the town has that they're then able to appropriate to the school district, plus the 2.5% on that $4 million each year. So it allows us to be truly stabilized and, as the superintendent has said, plan to create programming that's beneficial for students, will produce revenue, and provide greater opportunities across the board, whether you want to go to college, go work for the fire department or the police department, or all the other opportunities that exist for children. So we are 100% supportive of that 60-40 split because it does for us what we need it to do without asking for it every year. It's guaranteed. Okay?
Thank you,
Hope that
Bob.
answers the public's question.
Thank you, Bob. Another familiar face.
Max Marangello, 127 Central Park Terrace. I had prepared remarks, but I thought I'd go from the heart. We have many, many months until the national election with Biden and Trump potentially. I know people are very excited about that, but tired of hearing about it. So my point to you is the election cycle in the United States is like 2 years long. It's ridiculous. It's too long. And we're all complaining about how long it is and how crazy long it is. Other countries, Japan, it's 12 days. 12 days, the election's 12 days, everyone gets their information, they vote, it's done. You know, if I hear this mismatch between what people want with our national election and what we want for an override. I think we should get the facts out. I'm sure both campaigns are going to be getting their information out to people. People can make an informed decision. Everything's online. People have access to the resources. if anything, people are just going to procrastinate to the last minute until it's time to vote and then look up the information. So I think, 5 weeks is enough time. If they can do it in other countries, they could do it. We could do it here. And I think we've been very transparent. We've been knowing this coming for a while. We have all the information, and I encourage people to make an informed decision. But I think that June is the appropriate date for this, and I encourage the council to allow people to do exercise their right to vote, and make their voice heard, and not just not let people vote. I think people need to be able to vote on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Max. Bob, why don't you come up and grab a chair next to Jamie?
Lucky him.
He's like, I just think you wanted to respond.
I want to respond to the June as an issue, and I know everybody understands the idea that we'd have to put out pink slips and lay people off. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to think about the consequences to that. There's a cost associated with not doing it in June, besides the impact on families and having to hire people back. For every 4 employees that we lay off, we have to lay another one off for unemployment. There's a cost associated with rehiring staff. If they're not available any longer, we now have to post positions and go through the process of hiring, which there is an expense to. We have an HR department of 2 people. To hire the number of people that would be required to be hired in that time frame is very difficult with that staff. Finally, the options for us, we could lay the folks off and pay the unemployment and hope we could rehire them. The other is we could gamble, and we could keep them employed in the hopes that the override passes. If it doesn't, and we're looking to cut $4.5 million out of the budget, we've already paid them for half a year. We've got to cut $9 million out of the budget. So that wouldn't be necessarily a good option, one that I'd recommend, but it's an option so that we're not laying people off that we can't get back. So I just wanted you to be aware of the associated costs with putting this off until November. Okay?
Okay. You can stay right there, Bob. Please, name and address, please.
I'll try not to have a question for Bob. Steve Malloy, 19 Russet Hill Road, Franklin. It's about timing to me. I think there's a lot of debate on both sides of the issue. It sounds like you're all kind of in favor of an override. We heard compelling stories and informations about why that makes sense. Equally compelling arguments on the other side. You all seem to be in favor of it, maybe leaning towards an early vote. Kind of feel like that's pushing on an open door. I think you might have been there already anyway. But think about it from the average guy. We talk about collaboration, and I agree. It seems like everybody's collaborating, you're talking together, you're doing all kinds of things, you're working on this, it sounds like for years. The average idiot like me who's walking around out there, we don't know this. We don't know what you're talking about. We hear, last week it was $9 million, $10 million override, now it's a lot less, so okay, maybe that's better. But you gotta decide and figure it out in 5 weeks. Oh, and by the way, if we don't pass it, the next day, we're going to put out pink slips to all these people. The optics are horrible. And however we got here, they are what they are. You have an opportunity to convince and maybe work with a lot of people, and I don't know quite how it works with all of the debate after the fact, after the vote's been taken. But if it's up to the yes Franklin or the no Franklin, they need referees, they need a little supervision, maybe there's some leadership that can be brought involved to kind of make that happen. But I think June is way too early. It almost seems contrived. We know there's a presidential election in November. Going to be a lot of people voting. Going to be a much lower turnout, I'm sure, in June. And I don't think that's an accident. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
Celia Cartwright, 213 Peck Street. I also want to speak on the date of the election. As a parent of a high schooler, it's becoming really critical for us to know what classes they're going to be able to take. When they have to lay off teachers, they don't know what classes they're going to be able to take. They're starting to prepare for college. We're trying to figure out college admissions. We have to prepare that whole thing. And we don't even know if any of the classes that my daughter has signed up for are even going to exist because of this uncertainty. If we push this to November, what are you going to do? You're going to start an AP class in January? You can't do that. You have to be able to know at the start of the school year whether or not these classes can exist. You can't just start them halfway through the year. Most of these classes are full year classes. And that is, for me, that is really one of the big driving factors for why we need to have the decision in June, so we know what classes actually exist for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Just, if it's 15 minutes I have, sir?
You have one. And we're timing you this time.
I know you are. First thing I'd like to say, and it's off the agenda, thank you to the fire department and police department for keeping us safe and for laying your lives on the line every day to keep this town and our citizens safe. Thank you very much. Please present that to the troopers and to the firefighters. Second thing, I would be in favor of putting it off also. Let's get down, everybody, it's for the children. There's no debate about that. We want the best schools. But I also agree it's too short a window to make such an important decision. The last point, and I think this gentleman here in the third row said it eloquently. I think I'm here a long time. I'm a newbie. I've only been here 26 years. This gentleman, 47 years, built his house here. There may be people here in the room that have been here longer. I take issue, sir, if I understood you right, Mr. Cormier Ledger, as long as I can still think, my children don't sit me down and tell me where I'm going to live tomorrow. I've worked too hard. Most of the people here have worked too hard. Now, if they want to suggest that I go somewhere, but you know what? It doesn't necessarily mean if I move, if I can't afford to live in Franklin anymore, with the interest rates going up, it may be more expensive for me to move. So I would ask you to reconsider that position if that's one of your arguments or one of your points. And this is America and democracy in action. Thank you especially to all the town council members who aren't even getting paid to sit here. And it's nice to see some of the folks in you that I voted for, but I don't think I've ever got to see you this close. Thank you very much.
We very much enjoy being here. Please.
Steve?
Steve, what are we paying you for?
He's taking a nap over there.
Name and address, please.
Carol O'Neill, 11 Colt Road. I just want to state, you know, as a senior citizen, I know that there are concerns, but I remember when I was young and fighting for things for my kids in the schools. And at that time, there were a lot of people who really might not have understood how schools are paid for insofar as taxes go. And I'd hear things from older people saying, well, you know, my kids aren't in school anymore. You know, what do I care? I'm not hearing that from senior citizens as of late now, but there are concerns money-wise. But I have to say, I remember saying to myself, I will never, never use financial concerns, which I have, to not to abdicate my responsibility for the next generation of kids. And that's why I'm voting for the override.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive.
That's you.
Yes. First of all, I want to say thank you also to all of the town councilors as well as the school board who put countless hours in, not just on this topic, but on so many topics. And last night, I was here at the beginning of the meeting. When you went to executive session, I went home to do it on TV. I was able to go to bed at a certain point. Of course, none of you can do that, right? You have to stay for the duration, so I thank you for that. I support The override, I support the override being done in June. I think people who say, you know, we can wait, really aren't listening to what you have to say about how this will impact the teachers. The uncertainty impacts more than just the teachers. And I'm not sure that waiting a few more months is going to substantially change too many people's vote. I also, the last point I'll make is, you don't have to wait until the week before June to start doing your research about what this plan is all about. If anybody that's here tonight, you already have a pretty good idea of what you're going to be voting on in June. Yeah, it's going to change maybe a little bit, but come on, it's not going to change that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Jackie.
I couldn't
It's
resist.
so nice to
I couldn't resist.
I'm sure you couldn't. Name and address.
Jackie
please.
Masil, 95 Elm Street. I do have some advice for the superintendent. I taught in the town of Mansfield 29 and a half years. We got pink slipped by April 15th. It was in the contract. Maybe you need to do something better when you negotiate contracts. That's my advice for him. Okay, you know, I kind of wonder about some of these things. Ted Cormier said, he mentioned about the school sports being cut. The bus bill is going to be $1,100 to transport kids. Well, right now the fee's $360. 180 days times 2 is $360. You go to school, it's a round trip each way. So that's $1 each way. That's a bargain, folks. Can you get an Uber for $1 to go to bring your kid to school and back? So as somebody who's put out my hard-earned money to the town for 45 years, I'm not too thrilled to send any more money to the schools, because now that I'm retired, I spend a lot of time at Mount Wachusett, and you would not believe how many parents pull their kids out to go skiing whenever they please. So I don't see why I should spend any more money on my tax bill, which is in perpetuity, right?
Forever?
Right? Forever, right? Perpetuity means forever, folks. That means if your taxes go up $500 just to support this override this year, and it's probably going to go up a lot more for a lot of people because there's some really nice homes in town. And that means the next year it's going to go up 2.5% on that, and 2.5% on that new number, and it goes on and on and on. And I love that contracts that you sign. But what happens after 5 years? Where does the money split? Is that in perpetuity? The 60-40 split?
Oh, it's just a commitment to there.
What's that?
Is that a real question?
Yes, that's a real question.
Sorry,
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
sure if it was a rhetorical.
You're good.
That was the end of
I know
that was the end of her time frame too. So
that was one of my problems in speech class. I say rhetorical questions, but that was a real question.
I just think that, you know, looking at other models, a 5-year window just seems reasonable. And then after that, I mean, the whole world's going to change in that 5 years. And
we may not be
I think
here.
To Bob, right. I mean, and so you just do it for 5 years, and it gives some, at least certainty to taxpayers about what's on the forefront. You know, we've tried to do the same thing with water, sewer, and trash and that stuff. And, you know, I think to some of the comments we've heard, we've really worked hard in the last month to really try to lay all that information out, because I do think a lot of citizens are seeing it hard with inflation and whatnot and trying to get a projection out for the next 5 years. But I think to Jane's question, after 2030, it's hard to really, you know that.
Yeah.
It's hard to really look out that far and start modeling out things that far.
But Mr. Cormier, you need to realize that the threat to take away sports and clubs and that's been used by school systems for decades. I've heard it for decades.
Can I comment?
Okay, Jack.
Can I comment? Yeah. One, I don't make threats. I don't do anything performative. I suggested we would need to self-fund athletics. I want to be clear on that for one thing. The second thing, I appreciate your comments around April 15th for Mansfield. We do not go in front of the town council till May 24th. If I did that on May 15th, I would have to communicate to anyone who potentially could be laid off. We would be doing the picket line on April 15th. Other towns have their budget process approved before they even leave for April break. I've talked about this in other meetings, so we're in a different timing and our contract aligns with our budget process. So I just want to be clear about those pieces. And I don't appreciate your tone. I understand you have a right to talk as a citizen. I've listened, I've heard you. You make a lot of assumptions and assertions and I don't appreciate them.
Then maybe the town itself needs to.
The town itself needs to fix the pie, make it bigger for everyone, so all
Maybe
of my
they need a better
colleagues that are
time
here-
zone, a timeline for you.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not crying, I'm saying my colleagues came up here tonight and talked about how the pie, and if we have to all work from the same pie, has an impact, so,
Well, being a retired person, that's my opinion.
I understand.
Thank you, Jackie. Oh, there's a familiar face over there.
Another retired person.
Another retired person.
I didn't have to pay for a bus for your sports when I went to school.
You live next door.
Name and address, please.
Seth Nutting, 2 Magnolia Drive. I think there's some confusion that people think this is a school override. This is a community override. You heard the integration that goes on between every department in this town, and they rely on one another. And if you don't fund this override, it's gonna hit them first. And then it's gonna hit the police and the fire. And for a guy that went to sleep 18 years in a row, knowing we didn't have enough public safety employees, enough firefighter paramedics, you know what? $500 is not a lot of money when you want an ambulance at your front door. Okay? And you want a cop when you need him. Maybe it's once in your life, but you need that person. Or you can't get a library out of the book. It took us 9 years to get off the waiver system of the library that uses no money. We have been broke since I worked here from 2001. It's time we make amends, pay the $500, $600, and make this community strong for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hello.
Name and address, please.
Laura Minichelli, 98 Brook Street. I want to make 2 points. The first is the vision of the town that I want to be in and raise my family in, where my parents and grandparents have also lived, is one where all these services are funded and where we have wonderful library services. Look at what Callie has been doing with the schools, where we have roads that aren't filled with potholes and where we can get where we need to go, where we have police and fire departments that are fully staffed and people aren't forced to work overtime, where we have a school system where they can plan instead of scrambling to hire over the summers, where my daughter knows that the teachers that are there want to be there and aren't nervous about being laid off. And when you lay off a teacher, the reputation of that district will stay and spread throughout the towns and the community. People are not going to want to work here if we do this every year, and they're not going to be able to plan their livelihoods. So that is extremely important to me. That is why we need a June vote, and I'm really disheartened that we've gotten here, but we have to move on and we have to do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've hit everybody that wanted to speak here. I think there's one hand up online. 2, I'm sorry. Megan Benson, is that one? Or did I?
Megan Benson's one and a Patty Dolan.
Okay, where did Megan go?
She's there.
Can we unmute Megan?
Yep.
Hi there.
She is.
Ah, there you go, Megan.
Hi, thank you. So I want to preface this. I have 3 kids in elementary school and understand that our schools need money. I've never debated that for a second. But there's been a lot of talk about the risk of not doing this in June. So I'd like to mention the risk I see of putting this vote forth in June, because I don't think it's been mentioned. I feel like rushing this process does nothing but result in uninformed voters in a one-sided election. When you have a majority of people who feel blindsided or deceived, that can lead to anger and erosion of trust. If this override were to pass in June, I really, truly think that another one would not pass for a very long time, including any of the much needed debt exclusions. Furthermore, there's been talk of now that there's been talk of a June special election, the effort to get an underride on the ballot for November is already underway. And the amount of signatures needed for that is shockingly realistic. So what happens then? Finally, there might be some administrators in town who think the timing of the school redistricting plan was a good idea. However, I can assure you that that was not the case. I've personally spoken to many, many parents who were in favor of an override, but now have said that they will not vote for one. The idea that you've decided to take away neighborhood schools and ask for more money at the same time is not going over well. So again, my point is kind of what I've said this whole time, is I don't think June is the right time to do this for many reasons.
Thank you, Megan.
There's no arguing that the schools need money, but there's a right way to get it and a wrong way to get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Who is
Patty Dolan.
Patty Dolan, could you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
I can now. Name and address, please.
Patty Dolan on Town Line Road. I wanted to say thank you to Lucas and Jamie for the countless hours of work that you've put in to putting these plans together and to helping the community understand them, and to the town council and the school committee for the same. All the meetings that you've had, all the subcommittees, these countless hours of listening to the community's commentary, our questions back. It's a lot. And we've heard a lot and saw tonight about collaboration, which is such an important thing. But one thing I think we haven't heard about is compromise. And sitting through these meetings has helped me understand so much, because when I came tonight, I wasn't happy about the 60-40 split. And I was like, why is this not 10 million? I don't understand. And even reading the memo last week from the superintendent on the school redistricting was, and I knew it was coming because I've been involved in, listening to meetings and reading stuff, but it made it real. And I know it was a shock to a lot of people. And ideally, yeah, we would have more time, but so much of this is compromise, and that's how things get done, and that's how things work. And yes, the school plan is bold, and it seemed crazy, but I have utmost respect for and confidence in Lucas, as do the other town leaders from what we've heard tonight. And so I would just urge my fellow community members to vote for the override.
Thank you. Thank you, Patty. I think Roberta Trahan's the last one.
Yep.
Roberta, if you want to unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. Thank every single one of you. I'm not going to waste my precious seconds on thanking you, but you know that I do. Said it last week, I'm going to say it again. We're at the top of the cliff. We're falling over. There have been multiple meetings, time for everybody to understand what is going on here. And the reality and the honesty is that anybody here tonight who still can't seem to understand what's being told to them are going to be voting no, whether you vote in June, November, next Easter, or 15 years from now. That is the problem. Listen to Jeff Nutting. Listen to Lucas. Listen to Jamie. You have all the information you need. You're either a supporter or you're not. Thank you very much. June 11th, please just do it.
Thank you, Roberta. You had an opportunity. You're the very last one.
Jenna Cohen, 14 Elm Street. I just want to echo what Kobe said earlier, not necessarily that it is a no-brainer, but we have to be bold. We have to do our part as citizens to educate ourselves quickly, but with information that has been very clearly outlined to us, and come together so that the schools can plan and do a thoughtful transition that I know you will do and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's been a very long night, and it's after 11. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. And the vote will now come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-19, which is the override pledge to the citizens of Franklin. A majority vote's required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, unanimous. Okay, the next resolution is Resolution 24-20, setting date of Proposition 2.5 override ballot. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-20. I can't believe I still have my voice. Setting date of Proposition 2.5 override ballot. Be resolved by the Franklin Town Council that the town of Franklin shall hold a special election on June 11th, 2024, for the purposes of presenting to the voters an override in real estate and personal property tax ballot question for the purposes of the operating budget. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-20.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Jamie, anything to add? I think we've hit these. Lucas, anything to add?
Please no.
Councilors?
No.
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 Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-20. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
8-1, motion carries. Resolution 24-21, Proposition 2.5 override ballot question. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-21, Proposition 2.5 override ballot question. Be resolved by the Franklin Town Council that the Town Council of the Town of Franklin places the following question on a ballot to be decided by the voters of Franklin. Shall the Town of Franklin be allowed to assess an additional $6.8 million in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of the operating budget, for which monies from this assessment will be used for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024. This resolution should become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-21.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Jamie, anything to add?
Absolutely not.
Lucas, anything to add?
No, sir.
Yeah. Councilor Plegri.
Okay, my question is, I just want to follow up. You said that you are sending out the information to all the voters.
I have to find out. I have to get the call. We're gonna do the pamphlet. Like, what does a yes vote
Yeah,
mean, and
that's
what does a
what I
no
mean.
vote?
That's what she's asking.
That's right.
Yes, so you are going to do that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so for that reason, I will vote for this. Otherwise, I wanted it to be the purpose to have the school and facilities there, but you're sending it out with an explanation.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, the vote will come. The vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-21. Again, a majority vote's required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, it is very late. We've still got a lot of legislation for action. Jamie, I'd like to move these to our next meeting with the exception
Of the gifts.
the
Yes.
gifts.
If that could be done,
We,
that'd be great.
because they're here, we
Yep.
need to,
No, definitely.
we need to accept those.
Yeah.
So, we'll go to Resolution 24-23, acceptance of gift, Town of Franklin. Clerk will read the resolution.
Give me a second.
If we can find it.
It's buried under here. Here we go.
You gotta skip through a lot of
I
stuff there,
know.
Glenn, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-23. Acceptance of gift, Town of Franklin, whereas the Town of Franklin has received an extremely generous donation in the amount of $300,000 to be applied to the cost of a playground to be installed at King Street Memorial Park, located at 740 King Street, Franklin, Massachusetts, 02038. Donation summary, Town of Franklin, $300,000. Donated by the Wear Angels Fly Donation in partnership with the Venables family. Now therefore be resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Town of Franklin, gratefully accepts this extremely generous donation of $300,000 to be applied to the cost of a playground to be installed at King Street Memorial Park, located at 740 King Street, Franklin, Mass. 02038. And this resolution should become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-23.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion. Jamie, you want to go to
Yeah,
Ryan?
quick, yeah.
Ryan, please.
Still here?
Yes, sure. We're accepting a donation. It's 2,700 square foot ADA compliant playground at King Street Memorial Park.
From who?
It's from Jersey Mike's through the Where Angels Play Foundation. So we're
300
very
grand.
excited.
Great job.
Is Jersey Mike still open? Because I want to go grab some Jersey.
It
Some of both.
We can make it dead in that 300,000.
It is. Counselor DeLorco.
Yeah, I just want to thank Ryan, because Ryan came to me first at one of the recreational committee meetings, and then I went to Tommy, and actually Tommy knows the person from the country club. So between all of us, it was great. I mean, he came to us. It wasn't even that we begged him. He came to us, so
That's
I want to
awesome.
really thank him. for
Yeah,
that.
he's a great,
So,
great young guy.
It's great.
Any other questions or comments beyond the
thank
very
you.
big $300,000 thank you?
Can't wait to.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-23. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Trees.
Do we need to accept the trees because they're here, right?
They just got here.
They're already on the ground.
Resolution 24-24, acceptance of gift of trees, Town of Franklin. Clerk will read the bylaw, the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 2424, acceptance of gift of trees for the Town of Franklin. Whereas the Town of Franklin has received a very generous gift of 100 trees from True Green through the True Neighbor Program. Donation summary: 100 trees for the Town of Franklin donated by True Green, 25 Yoshino cherry trees, 25 red sunset maple trees, 25 kusa dogwood trees, and 25 katsura trees. Now therefore be resolved that the Town Council, Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Town of Franklin, gratefully accepts this generous donation of 100 trees, and this resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-24.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion. Jamie?
Rep Roy, I mean, just thanks for all the donations. I know they did a coordination yesterday when I was doing all the work, but thanks to Amy for participating, and I don't really know anything more than that, because that's why I have a deputy town administrator now.
Any comments or questions from the council? Amy, go.
No, I just, we were able to do a small ceremony accepting the trees with the DPW, and a couple of the councilors were there as well, and we're just grateful to Rep Roy and True Green for the 100 tree donations, and the DPW will work over the next few weeks to figure out where we're gonna put them, and we were able to plant one at Daisy Field yesterday.
Great.
Brutus,
Thank you. Thank you,
Wilson
Amy.
Road, right off.
Yeah, 172 School Street. I'll take the red one.
Any other questions or comments?
Don't be saying things like
Yeah.
that, guys.
Questions or comments from the council?
No, there's a lot of leaders.
Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-24. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 24-25, acceptance of gift, Conservation Commission, $50. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 24-25, acceptance of gift for the Conservation Commission. Whereas the Conservation Commission has received a generous donation in the amount of $50 to be used at the discretion of the department as
Want me to read
follows. Donation summary: Conservation Commission, $50. Donation to be used at the discretion of the Conservation Commission through the Conservation Commission Wetlands Fund in support of local wetlands. Donor information is included on 5/1/2024 Town Council meeting agenda packet. Now therefore be resolved that the Town Council, Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Conservation Commission, gratefully accepts this generous donation to be used at the discretion of the Conservation Commission for the purposes noted above. This resolution to become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 24-25.
Second.
Motion and second, discussion. Other than thank you.
Thank you very much, and
Councilman Frangillo.
just because of the way that it went out, this is someone who went out of their way to contribute to the local community a little extra money in their pocket. Incredibly grateful to any person who finds a little more in their pocketbook and contributes.
No matter what it
contributes to
is.
the town.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank
For the
you,
bee
Colby.
program.
That was fun.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 24-25. Majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, I'm going to
Adjourn.
I think we've been here long enough this evening. The last two legislations, we'll do at our next meeting, Jamie.
January, June 5th, because the next two meetings of the budget.
Next two meetings.
So it'll be all
so
June 5th.
Okay. With that, I'll entertain
Zoning night.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Non-debatable. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?